drumroll finishers, and the target is...
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Duty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Rakiti Darius Labanowski!
And there's no messing around.
Oh my word! That's a world-class finish.
Wowzers.
I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway.
And a 116 is just the ticket for the Queen of the Palette. The Highlander hits the heights.
They're not favourite going into this tournament tonight. Finally gets over the line. Just listen to that.
Tops wins it. What a shot from Tom Sykes.
It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135 there. Mason Whitlock hits the 9 darter. Here we go again, Series 10. Where has the time gone? Good morning, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where the first season of 2025 is about to get underway. It's Lithuania's Darius Labanauskas who is the defending champion, and because he didn't get his tour card at Q-School, is eligible to retain his title. We'll see him later on in the series, but we've got a blockbuster way to kick things off with a former champion, Scott Taylor, in action. From one Scott to another, it turned out it wasn't just a festive fling, our commentary box bromance, Scott Mitchell. Great to see you once again. How have we got to Series 10 all of a sudden?
I was thinking that myself this morning. I was thinking, I was just writing it in my notes. Series 10? How have we got there so quickly? But that's what happens when people are enjoying themselves.
Time flies when you're having fun. And having fun on Saturday was Richie Housen. It was the Owl that swooped to the title at the Legends League. He got the better of Steve Beaton in the final by 4 legs to 2, winning it with this 62 checkout. Now, Richie's a player that on the seniors knocked on the door, won a title at the Super Series, lost a couple of times in the final, and then would go on and win the title on Saturday. A player that, when it comes to the Tavern, is going to be a real serious threat.
I think he's always a serious threat, but particularly at the Tavern where he's local and he gets a lot of support there, but it's just the way that he's playing. He's been playing so well for a period now for about 18 months, and it was no surprise to see him come here and win this. You know, it was always going to be, I think, as the week went on, it was going to be him and Beaton as it went on, and that's how it turned out to be.
No surprise is that Steve Beaton hit the ground running here?
No, having lost the tour card myself, you do come off the tour really buzzing, and you're still thinking, you know, everything's new, everything's fresh, and you start enjoying things again. And yeah, Steve looked to enjoy himself last week.
So Steve Beaton, we will see him here in Series 10 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But it's time for a brand new series to begin here at the Modus Super Series. And we've got a former champion and a couple of weekly winners in our opening lineup of the week. Is it time to pop the cork? Bull. Bull. Double 16 for the champagne finish. Left himself in a double after 12, but is he going to get a go? Jack Tweddle gets a match start at tops to finish off with a 118.
You get more money than your daily salary, and this is a 1-2-2 that could go. Beautiful finish that from Arnie Spee.
Hit this yesterday. He's going for it for a second time.
And he hits it to win the match.
Equalising, he will ask a very stiff question. However, This is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Game shot.
Hair-raising stuff from Bradley Roose.
In the race, but only just. Bullseye. Oh, he's done it.
Six flag.
What's happening tonight? That's the second 170 of the day.
So, Subway to Kickstart Series 10 exclusively live on Pluto TV. Adam Savada, star of the CDC Pro Tour, is one of the headline debutants in Group A. Scott Taylor, the former champion, is in action. Bradley Roose has also won a week here. Group B sees another North American star, and Jake Womack make his bow here. And Joe Croft and Alex Small, the big names in Group C. So those are the groups. These are the odds for the week. Scott Taylor goes off the 7-2 favourite with the odds compilers, the former champion, to go on and win again and make it through to a fourth Champions Week. Scott, in terms of the numbers, we looked at Adam Zavada this morning. He's played very well on the CDC circuit. I suppose untested, unproven here. But if he provides that form on this stage, the 5-1 could look very, very big.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-1 does look very big on him, looking at the stats that we were chasing through this morning. But I think sometimes players come here and get a little bit in awe of what it is, and they've watched it before, and sometimes they take a little time to settle. So for me, it's going to depend on him and how quickly he settles.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series over the next 13 weeks. Yes, 13 weeks. The hurly-burly cycle goes again here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we do kick off with a former champion in action in Scott Taylor. It was this time last year when he picked up the trophy in Series 6, getting the better of Tom Sykes in the final. He takes on Adam Zavada from Arizona in the United States of America, who's trying to acclimatise to the very, 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 very cold surroundings of the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. Adam, welcome along to the Modus Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's an experience, coming across seas and playing the Modus. It'll be different from the States.
Absolutely, and it's been a very good time of it back home in the United States. Last season was a very good season, a couple of CDC Pro Tour titles. Your game looks like it's in a very good place.
Yeah, it's stepped up quite a bit this year. Just focusing, trying to throw darts and, see where it goes.
Would you say last year was perhaps your best year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt.
So 2024 was very, very good. Obviously, here at the beginning of 2025, you set any goals or ambitions for this week?
Obviously, keep up the same pace. Hopefully win and maybe more. We'll see what happens.
Well, this is a game which pretty much sums up what the Super Series is all about. New faces looking to take to the stage up against somebody whose reputation in this building is before them. Scott Taylor, the Series 6 champion, picked up the title when he beat Tom Sykes by 4-1 around about this time last year. Takes on Adam Savada from Arizona in the United States of America, making his debut in this competition. But it is a debut which is long awaited and a debut which perhaps has a lot of promise. He's 39 years of age. He's from Parker in Arizona, making his debut, and we'll tell you a little bit more about his nickname, the Weeper, in just a second. Scott Taylor, the 33-year-old from Bolton in Lancashire, the Series 6 champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He made it through to Champions Night in the previous series, not just the Champions Week, but it didn't quite go to plan for Scotty T in that particular week. An early exit for him meant that he would not join Luke Littler in the two-time club. It's Darius Labanauskas who's the defending champion of this particular tournament, and he will be here in the coming weeks to try and defend his crown. But Jack Garwood, the referee for today's action, and I'm happy to say that it's not just a festive fling with Scott Mitchell in the commentary box. How good it is to be with you again. And what a start it looks like it is to proceedings here.
Yeah, nice to be back. It's, like you said, 10 series of these now, and
40.
They have really flown by, and as we've said in all the build-ups, and Q School's still all in everybody's minds, the success that the Super Series has had for
43.
players. It really is now the place to be seen and the place to be playing, and because of the way that you progress here and move on, and
81.
Yeah, really looking forward. This one particularly is a big matchup to start off today. If you look at Savada's numbers, he is really flying over there on the CDC, and as we just saw in the interview, he's saying it's just he's had a lift this year. It started to work for him, and we know what Scott Taylor's got here. He is usually very, very good.
Well, you mentioned the numbers of Adam Zavada. His 2024 season stats. Overall average for the season of 88.69, but his doubly percentage as well is what stands out. In excess of 40% over the course of a 12-month period. And that's the first 180 of Super Series 10. And this is some start here from Adam Zavada. On a finish after 12, on throw, making life very difficult for Scott Taylor. He's not going to get a poke at a double on this occasion, but Taylor's so far back that he's afforded the luxury of time. And he's going to come back for double 11 by slipping into the double 18 of his last start of his previous visit.
A shaky start for him, I'd say.
85.
Or slightly nervy, but
22.
he could split it up, but it looks like he's going straight for it. And I'm all for that. He's now split it anyway, so why not go and have a chance of winning the leg?
14. Scott, you require 160.
Taylor now for the 160. This would be one early ton topper on a Monday morning.
36.
And as we can see, a little bit too early for the ask.
8.
Double 4. Well, he said his doubles were one of his key strengths, but he's already missed 4 to take out this opening leg.
No score.
And by
Scott, you
missing a
require
fifth, Taylor is slowly
124.
but surely tiptoeing towards the finishing line in this leg. And he should, providing he stays straight, get a dart at the bullseye. Well, that's a pinch.
On the first
And that's a
leg,
punch
Scott Taylor.
for Adam Zavada in his debut match here at the Super Series. He missed 5 darts to win the opening
Second
leg.
leg is
Taylor
Scott to
swoops
go
in with a
first.
1-2-4 to
Game
break
on.
the throw. Welcome to the live lounge.
Yeah, top stuff there from Scott Taylor.
31.
Not such a good start to leg 2 as he ended leg 1, but
100.
you can see from Savada here that he is quite an up and down thrower and very straight, and he's going to keep you on it.
100.
I always say when I return here, this place is designed for dart players to play their best darts.
108.
Right on cue. Thank you, Adam Savada.
It's like you've never been away, Scott.
85.
Tee him up. The man from America bats him out the park.
Well, the power scoring here is absolutely exceptional. A couple of 180s.
100.
He's at a 140, a couple of tons. That part of his game there is absolutely no issue whatsoever. But in the last leg, missed 5 and a double to go 1-0 to the good.
121.
And just like in the previous leg, he has got a little bit of time to get the job done. Was looking for 25 there to leave himself on 96.
64.
This is the big number there. The 18 would have left him tops after 12 to break back. And Taylor is hot on his tail. That bounce out there not helping things.
80. Adam, you require 57. $17.
Now, tops is quite
Scott, you
awkward for a
require
player like Adam Zavada
105.
because the first dart goes high. Because his darts sit flat in the board, you're not going to get much to aim at. 25, tops.
65.
He nearly did it again. He nearly
Adam, you
did it again.
require 40.
Well, there's a question. He could have gone 25 with his last dart on the previous visit and left himself a ton, but the shot would have still been similar. Sada Chill's chasing around the board
20.
here and just not
Scott, you
settling.
require 40.
We're in the scoring phases of this contest. Scott Taylor has been comprehensively outplayed, but Sada has missed 5 darts in both the legs we've played so far, and he finds himself 2-0 down as a consequence of that.
$45.
Now, Adam's got a very interesting nickname. You can probably see it on the back of his shirt.
78.
Grim Reaper. He is nicknamed the Reaper. And the reason why he's got this nickname is incredible. He's nicknamed the Reaper because day to day he works in a funeral home.
96.
Oh, I see.
$125.
To be fair, that's how I look on a Monday morning usually.
I thought he was going to be called the Reaper because his first name was Jack.
140.
But we know that it's not. Oh, no, that's the other one. Yes. But,
100.
Fair to say at this present moment in time, Scott Taylor is not fearing the Reaper.
no, he definitely isn't.
180.
The Reaper, we can see where his numbers are coming from now. He is very prolific on that treble 20
81.
zone.
Adam, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Adam Savada.
And there does come a point as a dart player where you do get fed up with missing.
Fourth
And then
leg.
you just
It's
let your
Scott to
guard
throw
down a little
first.
bit, throw with a little more
Game on.
freedom. And in it goes, and then you just surprise yourself.
58.
Well, Adam will feel as if he can keep playing to his level and tidy up on the doubles. He should still win this game, or have a good chance of winning this game from 2-0 behind. Because he has been first to an opportunity in every single leg in this
140.
match. 3 180s, 3-2 treble scores in this contest. And usually we talk about
98.
Scott Taylor as the player to blow people away of his scoring power. But he's yet to find a 2 treble score in this match.
Yeah, it's Scott Taylor's thing, isn't it? He's a power scorer as well. And when you go to play Scott Taylor, you know what's coming. It's a barrage of treble 20s usually. And you can see from the look on his face,
89.
he's not keen on what he's doing this morning thus far.
What I will say about Adam Savada is he keeps scoring like this, particularly against some of the other clientele in this group. He is going to give himself so many
96.
chances.
Adam, you require
That's a hat-trick of
81.
140s in this leg to give himself the opportunity to level this game at 2-2, get the break back, and if he finds double 12 or double 6 here, he would have done it in a dozen.
75. Scott, you require 160.
So the second chance for Taylor here at a 160 in this first match of the morning.
140. Adam, you require 6.
But those are the chances that at points he's been restricted to.
Game shot on the
Savada
fourth
takes
leg.
out the double
Adam
free
Savada.
eventually. Things down the bottom end of the ball will actually work for Savada because his darts sit up. It's the antithesis
leg,
to
it's
what we
Adam
were saying
to throw
about
first.
tops. 2 from
Game on.
15. He missed a lot early on in the match. But at this point onwards, that's rendered irrelevance because we are all square at 2-2.
140. $46.
100.
Just feels like he finds a treble a score every single visit, Sada.
Yeah, you can see he's settled with his equipment.
100.
There's no two ways about it. And sometimes when you get a player sort of come from nowhere and start playing well, sometimes it can be anything silly, like a change of equipment. That's his third of the match, I think, or fourth. So he really is at home with the equipment
95.
and at home with the place very early doors.
81.
He's left himself 8-1 after 9 for the second consecutive leg. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye because Taylor's nowhere near finishing range.
49.
So does the right thing to square himself up for a double, and the double of choice is double 16 after 12.
100. Adam, you require 32.
Well, because of his scoring power, he's dragged his average to an excess of 94. And that is despite missing 14 darts at a double in this game.
16.
But more missed opportunities
Scott, you
gives Taylor
require
other opportunities and
106.
other options. And it's the third time in this game he's left himself on 160. Third time the charm. Tops.
140.
Doesn't go. Just pulled low.
Adam, you require 16. Game shot on the fifth leg. Adam
Frustration
Savard.
will start to creep in here for Taylor. He's had two very good attempts at the 160
Sixth leg.
and
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
just kind of not thrown the last dart as he had his first two.
66.
And now the frustration's coming in. A few bad deflections there off of his own dart.
81.
Yeah, as I was saying, the
45.
improvements for Sada, if they've come in the last year, and I just wonder whether it's like a change of dart, a change of equipment, you know, that makes it happen. So you know it's there as a player, and sometimes you just find that perfect dart that
140.
feels right in your hand, and once you have confidence and belief in a piece of equipment, whatever it is,
134.
wow, it makes the job so much easier.
Yeah, Adam Savada's won 3 events on the CDC Pro Tour circuit. He won one in 2021. That was kind of when he really burst onto the scene. But it was last year where he found a lot more
100.
consistency. Won 2 events. Won the qualifier for Madison Square Garden on the World Series circuit. He played Rob Cross. Played okay. But when you're playing Rob Cross, I suppose you've got to be more than okay. He lost 6-1 in that particular match. He's 4th on their Order of Merit. It was an Order of Merit which was won by Leonard Gates. And, of course, if you win that particular Order of Merit, you get a ticket to the World Championship at the Alexandra Palace and also the Grand Slam too.
$78. Scott, you
Sure, we'll
require
see Leonard Gates over the course of
133.
Series 10. Taylor's not going to take out the 133, and so Sada here has got an opportunity to wrap this match up.
43. Adam, you
The
require
scoring has been
102.
absolutely no problem, but it's been this stage of the leg which has been an Achilles heel for the Reaper. But can he reap his rewards here? Because he's going to get a dart at tops. And that would have been to a
62.
finish of a ton topper.
Scott, you require 90.
Taylor here will probably start on treble 20s. Double 15.
Game shot on the
Nicely
6th
done.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Under lots of pressure.
7th and final leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Right, did you see the shake of the head and the grimace from Adam Savada? When that triple went in, he disconsolately shook his head, almost expecting a Taylor to take out the double 15. It's kind of what he's done all match long. When Savada's
121.
missed chances, Taylor has picked his pocket, and it happened again in that leg.
23.
But once again, it's the man from Bolton that will be wondering why his tail is being chased again. Right, this is getting crazy now. That's his 5th of the contest. And do you know what the weirdest bit about it is? I don't think he's warmed up yet.
45.
I'm going to make a prediction now. The 7-player 180 record of Dudbridge and Newton is going to get beaten this week by Adam Savard. I've put it on the line there.
100.
Yeah, so you know how much you're going to back yourself on this financially.
I'll buy you a
60.
pint.
Adam, you require 100.
Perfect. It'll probably only end up being water, won't it? But yes, okay, a pint is a pint.
Tots for the match. Decided to stay there because Taylor was all the way back on 373.
60. $100. Adam, you require
Well, it's been a
40.
scoring display which would blow many away here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There has been some difficulties on the doubles, but Adam Savada has saved his best leg till last. A 13 darter to beat Scott Taylor 4-3. He had 5 180s in that match. He was firing on all cylinders in the scoring department. He'll know that there will be a need to sharpen up on the outer ring. Just 4th and 21. Taylor picked his pocket in the legs that he did win in that contest. Savada winning 4-3 with an average of just under 94. Next up, Jack Tweddle against Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to Pluto TV and the exclusive Modus Super Series Darts channel. 30 hours of live action every single week, 50 weeks of the year here. And our first game of Series 10 saw Adam Zavada get the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. The scoring in that game was ridiculous. 5 180s from the American. But next up for us, someone who can power score with the best of them, Jack Tweddle, the 29-year-old from Swinton. He was runner-up for the last time he was here, up against Gary Stone, the 43-year-old from Larkle. 3-time a weekly finalist here is Stoney. And he is hoping to finally cross the finishing line here at the Live Lounge. It's been a challenging time of it here in previous appearances. The last time we saw him here was at the ADC Global Championship, where that particular appearance probably epitomised the trials and tribulations that the Scot can have at times. Made it through to the Saturday. You may remember the format was a little bit different that time. You had to finish in the top 4 to qualify for the extended finals date. Was unable to do that. He's unable so far to win a week here at the Super Series. And actually, if you look at his record in previous attempts, only 3 finals nights from 7 previous appearances in the main competition. For a player of Gary's abilities and capabilities, you would have sensed that it would have been a much better strike rate than that.
Yeah, you would. I
45.
think he himself will agree that he hasn't maxed his potential yet. We've seen it in flashes.
57.
And we've seen it in flashes over a lot of years.
140. Jack, you require 164. 119.
Tweddle leaves himself on a finish after 12, a 2-darter, 45.
60. Jack, you require 45.
As mentioned at the outset, he is a real power scorer. We saw that ability in an abundance in his previous appearance here.
5.
A bit like Adam Savard in the previous match, outscored his opponent, but unable to hit the double first time of asking.
49. Jack, you require 40.
3 more tops to take out the opening leg.
30. Gary, you require 84.
5 missed darts at a double, and Stone comes back. May just be a dart at the pull. The big 14 leaves it.
44.
Decides to split and leave
Jack,
tops.
you require 10.
Yeah, very disappointed with the attempt as Gary Stone, but he left himself on a good leave. Man from Swindon takes
Jack Tweddle.
the first leg.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $121.
Is it fair to say that Gary's game relies a lot upon his scoring prowess?
Yeah, very much so. If he
85.
scores, he gets doubles. He's one of those. He gets the confidence from the scoring. I did actually play Jack a couple of weeks ago. 10 days ago at
140.
School, and he got the better of me. He's a solid player. It's what I call a solid player.
100.
He can go up and he can come back down, but his base level is a solid sort of mid-80s, and you're always going to be competing with that. And if you then start going with your player when your player starts scoring, you're not going to be a million miles away. And this is exactly what we're talking about.
Gary, you require 60. 50. Jack, you require 130.
Well, now it's Gary Stone's turn to miss a couple of darts at a double. Tweddle's not going to punish with a 136.
96. Gary, you require
Feels like there's a
10.
pattern of play already today. All the players are going to score well, but the finishing has been a little bit suspect.
8. Jack, you require 40.
So, Tweddle for 2-0. And there we go. There's that solid game. But that was a good leg from him. 13 dart leg to break.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw
That's what I
first.
see with this guy.
Game on. $81.
That also goes to show how missed doubles can change the outlook of a leg. That was a 13 darter from Jack Tweddle, which is a very good leg, but it felt a little bit more mediocre because of the opportunities he missed prior.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much fair to say.
78. $84. $108.
4 for the match, split 2 apiece.
60.
Cannot moan and grumble about the start made to today's proceedings, can we?
No, we sure can't, but...
41. Jackie requires 70.
This is one of those take your pick checkouts. Depends on where you want to go, depends on where you want to start. Tops was always the plan, and so that's why he started on treble 10. Stone wants another one of them. Gets another one of them. It's double 8. It's not quite there.
128. Jackie
Expression on the
requires
face.
20.
He has a tendency to grab the dart that lets him down a little quicker than the others. He snatches him out the board when he's not happy.
10. Gary, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Gary Stone.
Gary Stone gets his first leg of the week and gets on the board, and one could say quite
Fourth
fortunately
leg.
there.
It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I feel like a parrot here.
99.
Because everything we said about Adam Zavada in game 1 is everything you can say about Jack Tweddle in game 2. Scoring excellently, but the doubles leave a lot to be desired. 2 from 12.
100. $140. 60. 140.
Half the score with that 2 treble turn. Looking for the break opportunity. Because Gary doesn't find a treble there, he's going to get 6 on this 140 to move himself 3-1 to the good and then have the darts in the next to cross the whitewash.
43.
Stone is seething right now.
59. Jackie require 97. $57. Gary require 123.
Tweddle on tops and treble 18 for the ball here for Stone. There's the treble 18. Here comes the ball.
98.
Not quite.
Jackie require 40.
Not quite so angry about that dart.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jack Tweddle.
Well, Jack Tweddle's going about his business proficiently, even if he is missing a few doubles. That was a 16 darter. The 3 legs he's won in this game have been 13, 16, 16. It's a decent standard, playing at a decent level. Pretty much in terms of his scoring prowess, playing towards his 2024 seasonal stats. Prior to this week, over the course of the last season, his average was 88.4 for all recorded matches he played in And his doubles percentage was at around about 32.
140.
Good response from Gary Stone. You never really quite know when you've got him because he can be a little bit erratic. It's not the easiest player to play.
120.
It's Gary Stone.
$96. Jackie require 156.
Well, this would be some way to win it. But the 156 isn't going to go.
56. Gary, you require 142.
Another one of those. 74 left, so we'll go 14's route.
82.
Hits the big 14, or small
Jackie
14 as we call
100.
it. Leaves himself 60, so pressure applied here to this ton of Tweddle, but you wouldn't have
Get
thought
shot
it the
and
way
the
that he
match,
finished it.
Jack Tweddle.
No nonsense from Jack Tweddle on his opening match here in Series 10, Week 1. He'll be very pleased with that. Now the average is 92.41, 90 for Stone, and he wasn't very happy with some of the darts that he threw. You imagine what he's going to look like when he's happy. But it's Jack Tweddle who gets a couple of points on his league campaign. We head into a short break, and we'll be back right after with Bradley Roose taking on Spee.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jack Tweddle got the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1. Decent start to the day. Decent performances from the 4 players we've seen so far. The only 2 we are yet to see on the hockey is Bradley Roose and Arne Spee, who go toe-to-toe in our third match of the day. These 2 Dutch players are hoping to follow in the footsteps of some of the other greats in this tournament and former champion Marvin van Velzen. Well, Bradley Roose still at the tender age of 20, already won a week here in this build. It was around about this time last year at the beginning of 2024 did he do that. He takes on Arne Spee, making his second appearance here, the 25-year-old from Roose in the Netherlands. Roose against the man from Roose. But have we got any clues, Scott Mitchell, as to who's going to win this particular match?
I've got to be honest, I haven't. You know, we've seen some really good and brilliant performances from Bradley Roose here in the past. And like you say, we don't always know what Bradley's going to know, which Bradley's going to turn up. So I'm hoping for the good Bradley because he's a nice lad. A really nice, polite, quiet lad. He's just a good lad. So I'm hoping for the good Bradley to come out.
41.
That's for Arne. It's the first time I've seen him, so I am intrigued to see what he brings to the party.
44.
Second appearance for Arne Spee here at the Super Series. Last time he was here, didn't get through to the Saturday. Came over with his dad. I don't know whether he's come over and made the trip with him this time. And what you'll see all week long is a
51.
shirt which is a homage to his pub team, which is nicknamed the Cowboys, which he'll have emblazoned on the back of his shirt all week long. It's the same pub that also give him some sponsorship to help him to various events across the circuit. Big Feyenoord fan. And I remember the last time he was here was just when Arne Slot was making the transition from Feyenoord to Liverpool.
58.
And I've got to be fair to Arne. I was kind of doing another job whilst on this job when I was having a chat with him and was just kind of picking his brains about what he was like at Feyenoord. And to be fair to him, he said,
42.
Expect Liverpool to be quite the force this season, but I didn't think anybody would expect them to be 6 points clear of the top of the Premier League table.
140.
You'd imagine these 2 would know each other quite well.
140.
But you never do know without there. You know, the regions stay regional, and if you don't travel between regions
98.
with your
Bradley
dart
require
team, sometimes you don't get to
143.
see or meet people that others that you would have expected to meet.
Roose is unable to take out the 143, and so Spee
56.
is back for
Arne
76
requires
to
76.
take out this opening leg, and it would be also for a break of throw. 2 8s.
6.
Not to be on this occasion
Bradley
for Bradley.
require 87.
It might just be the solitary dart of the bullseye he gets. Single 20 to guarantee that. Bullseye for Bradley.
62.
He wasn't too far away. Clipped the wire the
Arne
other side.
requires 16.
So, Spee for 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
On
it
a
takes
Spee.
for a break of throw.
Second leg is Arne to throw first. Game on.
The thing what I find with this place is when players make an appearance, the first time it's a little bit rabbit in the headlights.
140.
And with Arne, he's obviously had that opportunity. He would have gone away, he'd work on his game, he would then know more about what is needed from him to
6.
compete at a better level than where he was. And he could have improved over the last sort of 5-6 months from his last visit.
140.
And I think we're kind of seeing that right now. The numbers I've been looking at for him for the year are not close to his 90 average that he's doing here at the moment.
180.
Well, we're coughing up all the goods in the maximum department today, aren't we? That's the 10th already. And Spee here has left himself on 41 after 9 for a 2-0 lead. Double 10.
21.
Yeah, 10-180s already for the week, and we're only in game 3, but a lot of that due to Adam Savada's 5-180s in the first match.
Arnie, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg.
That's a 14 darter to double his lead. It's a very good start for Arne Spee on his return to the live lounge stage. His previous appearance came in Series 6. It was the second week of it. As I mentioned, didn't make it through to the finals, but won through the ADC European qualifying tour, which had a number of different qualifications to it, and a number of different players who have qualified. Some of the other players to have made it through include Max de Jong, Leon Weber, he's got a couple of tickets here, Patrick Klingelhofer, what a name that is, Jim Mayer, Rick Hessing and Ricardo Ulreich.
96.
There is a European qualifiers. In terms of qualifiers for this series via the ADC Vault, Jason Heaver, Martin Biggs, Ryan Branley, Paul Dawson, Gary Stone is qualified via the ADC, Luke Smith, Alton McDyer, Joe Croft, Jack Tweddle, Richard McKee and Sam Spivey, otherwise best known as Spivey Man.
Yeah, that nickname is really close to being good as well, isn't it? I like that.
57. Arnie, you require 142. $35. Bradley, you require 140.
Well, Bradley's hardly been able to make an imprint in this game so far. And this is the safest throw in to avoid the double break going against him.
$90. Arnie, you require 107.
107 for 3-0.
$51. Bradley, you require 56.
Bradley hasn't had many bona fide opportunities in this contest, and he's spurned a dart here. He's only going to get one in his hand at double 16.
24.
There's a chance he doesn't take
Arnie,
it, so Arne
56.
returning for 3-0, and he should get 2 darts. He is going to get 2 darts to do exactly that. What a turn-up this is.
Yeah, he's
fourth leg, it's Arne
really
to throw
finishing
first.
nicely, and
Game on.
a breaker throw sees him now throwing for the match. On his own throw at a 4-0, looking at a 4-0 win, and
100.
probably didn't see this one coming. But I did say at the start, it depends what Bradley turns up and starts. We know that he's good.
140.
Being 3-0 down going to be the thing that sparks and lights the touch paper for him and provides that spark that he needs.
100.
You have to say that momentum is definitely with Arnie at the moment.
134. $135.
Well, decent score that for Arne, but because of the slip with dart 2, hasn't left himself on a finish, and Bradley here
137.
finding a treble, the last dart to put himself on a 2-darter.
$96. Bradley, you
Yeah, this is
require
much better
90.
leg from Roose, and we just wonder where he's been. Has to go the 20 route, surely. Double 15. Nice little feeler dart.
75.
Goes a little bit inside, and
Honor you
that can
require
tend to happen when you're
70.
3-0 down. When you're 3-0 up, they drop in, don't they?
How consequences can change particular outcomes, but for Arne Spee,
30.
he's missed a dart at
Bradley
top, so a
require
4-0 win
15.
on his first game back on this stage.
Yeah, wasn't it within of his rhythm, was it? He threw that one a little bit sharply, that one. That last one had a little bit more rhythm, but it was just thrown too quickly.
Game shot on the fourth
And he's
flag.
been punished
Bradley
now
Roose.
by Bradley Roose, and that is a nice 14 dart leg from him.
Fifth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And the thing is, we know Bradley's got real proven quality, but I think one of the things that we're waiting for him maybe to do is show it on a bit of a consistent basis. Now, sometimes we can maybe be a little bit harsher on Bradley than maybe some other
26.
players, but I think that's also a respectful thing because we have high hopes and high expectations of him, and he is a player that has got bundles of ability and bundles of potential, and everybody wants to see him fulfill it, because if he does, then he is an exciting talent for many a year to come.
100.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. He is still well and truly on the learning curve. And he's done so well up to now. That's the bit for him. Are we seeing maybe a year or two lull from the storm with him where he finds his feet again in the adult
42.
ranks? Because that happens a lot. We saw it with MVG back in the day.
It may not necessarily be a bad thing for him to have another year here, maybe try and win another week
54.
and try and harbour more success on the amateur circuit, the development tour as well. Also new equipment for
100.
Bradley. These look a little bit fresh out the packet compared to what we've seen from him previously.
$23.
Well, Spee had an opportunity there to really make some inroads against the throw. Consequently, has allowed Bradley here a chance to evaporate a
99.
3-leg gap to a 1-leg gap.
$140.
That's
Bradley
good
require
pressure from
134.
Spee.
$57. Honor you require 44.
For the match, and to mark his return with a win,
Game
Arne
shot, and the
Spee
match,
is back at the
Arne
Super
Spee.
Series, and he finds himself in the winner's enclosure. He gets the better of Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1. He got off to a quick start, did Arne. The first couple of legs were sublime. He rallies off a 4-1 win against his Dutch compatriot to round off the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning. We're off for a break, and when we come back, Scott Taylor takes on Jack Tweddle. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where the first round of action on this Monday morning is being completed. Before the break, Arne Spee got the better of Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1. So wins for Sada, wins for Tweddle, and win for Spee in the opening round of fixtures. Our fourth match sees Taylor and Tweddle go toe-to-toe on the stage. Taylor lost out 4-3 to Savada in his opening match, whilst Tweddle a 4-1 winner against
First
Gary
leg,
Stone.
it's Scott to throw first.
And Jack, a little bit like Savada, who Taylor faced in the first match. Scoring-wise, not too much to complain about, but did miss 10 darts at a double. And we did see from Scott in his match against the American that his scoring wasn't quite what we've come to expect
58.
from the man from Bolton. But when he was given a chance or an opportunity at a checkout, he by and large took 3 from 6, including
83.
a 1-2-4 checkout. But you expect at some point for
96.
Scott to click into gear. Maybe that was just a rusty opener for him.
39. 60.
Yeah, both of these lads have had a busy schedule over the last 10 days with Q School.
100.
Jumping straight back into the Challenge Tour 4 days after Q School, as a few of us have, and it does take its toll.
108.
It does take its toll. There's no two ways about it. I have to totally be honest. I would not fancy playing this week.
97.
After the last sort of 10 days
Jackie
and
require 107.
playing 7 of the first sort of batch of Q School and then having 4 days off and then
51.
another 3 days
Scott, you
Challenge
require
Tour until
122.
yesterday, and then travel from there to have another 7 days here. You have to say it's got to be a young man's sport for me.
42. Jackie require
Not
56.
by being here, these players have made a little bit of a sacrifice as
first
Tweddle
leg,
pins
Jack
tops for the
Tweddle.
break of throw in the opening leg. Now, both of these players, by being here,
Second
have
leg, it's
decided
Jack to
not
throw
to be in
first.
Milton Keynes
Game on.
for the 2 UK Open qualifiers that take place today.
91.
As with myself, Henry, I did exactly the same thing.
55.
It's only because you wanted to spend some time with me.
I couldn't wait to get back, Henry. That's what it was. Couldn't wait to see you.
Okay, you can stop lying now.
Yeah, okay.
140.
Did I make it sound good? Not really. Okay, cool. I can tell you didn't reply fast enough.
125.
Well, for Scott Taylor, it's been a bit of an off start, but if you actually look at his form at the beginning of 2025, since he played at Champions Week and got through to the Saturday night, things form-wise haven't quite gone to plan for him.
43.
Q School
Jack, you require 107.
Wasn't the success that he would have wanted. Neither was the Challenge Tour weekend.
105.
Came away with £500 on the Challenge Tour over the course of the weekend. Finds himself 45th on that particular order of merit after the first weekend play.
135. Jack, you require 65. 25.
Yeah, the Challenge
Scott,
Tour
you
is one of
require
those things when you get a
143.
favourable draw, you have to make hay while the sun shines. And rack up some points, which is their financial through the Challenge
46.
Tour,
Jack,
as
you
they are with the
require
Pro Tour.
40. Game shot on a second leg. Jack
We're
Tweddle.
talking about making hay while the sun shines. Jack Tweddle's opened up a 2-0 lead, averaging in excess of 91.
Third leg.
And of course,
it's
what's so
Scott to
pivotal
throw
as well about the
first.
first round of the
Game
Challenge
on.
Tours, it sets you up for the season ahead, because the players that pretty much in the top 8 of that particular order of merit will get a lot
96.
of invitations to Pro Tour events, particularly during the Premier League, where realistically 2/3 of that field will not be playing.
108.
And then you'll have other dropouts
Spee.
elsewhere. Tweddle with his second max of the match. It's his 4th of the day already. Bo Greaves, top of that particular order of
95.
merit, having won 2 events at the weekend. Has a £1,000 lead over Stefan Belmont in second position. I have to say congratulations to Carl Sneed for
57.
winning a Pro Tour event, a Challenge Tour event, shall I say, at the weekend. A player that's improved tremendously over the last few months, has been here at the Super Series a number of times without success, and then went on to win a Group A, and has been getting better all the time. So I'm sure that he is absolutely
100.
thrilled with his exploits in MK.
Yeah, and the rewards on the Challenge Tour are with winning, because the
60.
financial
require
ramifications for
164.
winning is such a big gap between winning and runner-up and the rest of the field that
84.
really, if you can win a few of those,
Scott,
we've seen
you
Barry Van
require
Peer do it one year
150.
and take off and win 4 or 5, and then he was never going to get caught. So that does mean that the players that are winning
47.
are the one
Jack,
that
you
then they
require
hit the floor
80.
on the Pro Tours. It's a clever way of doing it.
Double 10.
Game shot on
15
the third
data.
leg.
Everything
Jack Tweddle.
about this performance from Jack Tweddle so far has been efficient,
Fourth leg.
consistent.
It's Jack to throw
93,
first.
94 the average. That's
Game
the
on.
equivalent of 16 darts per leg, and he's finishing at around 50%.
134.
Everything that you said about Jack being a consistently hard to beat player is coming up to fruition here today so far.
125.
Yeah, absolutely, because his game is so solid. When he's not kind of thinking about,
60.
anything in it, the situation of the game, where he's playing, what he's doing, this sort of thing,
100.
where he knows he's got 15 games. He's the sort that will go up there and just play that consistent game. Concentrate on what he's doing, not really concentrate on what
58.
opponent he's playing. Just get up there and do his thing. And he's one of those sort of no-nonsense type of players. Just gets on with the job in
100.
hand. And he's experienced far beyond his years. And so he's
73.
now starting, as he's progressing and as he's getting the experience, he's now starting to do the right things at the right time. And
136.
when you're playing a guy like Taylor, he's always going to come back at you. Even with the name Taylor, you don't expect him not to, do you?
125. Scott, you require 40.
Well, the thing is with Scott Taylor, even when he doesn't play well,
Game shot on the
he's
fourth
always got
leg.
that
Scott
kind
Taylor.
of burst in him. That's a 14 darter, and if the truth be told, it's a 14 darter from nowhere. He's back in this
Fifth
contest at
leg,
3-1,
it's
and
Scott to
also
throw first.
he's stopped Jack Tweddle
Game
from
on.
having a chance to win the game, because if he didn't take that out, then his opponent would have been back for 51 to have taken the game 4-0.
99.
Yeah, well, Taylor taking that out with a 14 darter at 3-0 down, I think that just shows you
100.
the difference. That's how he is as a player. He plays leg by leg. He doesn't care what he's 3-0 down, 3-1 up. He tries to play every leg the
43.
same and with the same attitude. And, you know, a lot of players will be at 3-0 down and get those 2 chances tops and miss it.
85.
But that's something that Scott Taylor doesn't do. It's one of the attributes that he has. He comes across as mentally strong. His friends are probably all at home that are watching this laughing at me now as he just kicks his leg out because he hits a 1. But he comes across to me as a very mentally strong player.
96.
But he's also one of those players you don't want to make angry. When that bottom lip gets bitten,
100.
then you know he's in business. It's reminiscent of the John Part snarl from back in the day. When he gets himself turbocharged, he goes into overdrive.
140.
And he's just beginning to pose some questions to Jack Tweddle, but the problem he's got is his opponent is seemingly answering them, and he's left himself an 80 after 12 to complete back-to-back 4-1 wins at the beginning of the day. Awkward, because that first start stood up, he had to go high.
60.
And then he had
Scott, you require
a big piece of
120.
tungsten in the way.
Jackie required 20. Game shot and the match, Jack Tweddle.
Nicely done from Jack Tweddle, as we said. Going about his business nicely. Taylor there, average down on an 82, which is unusual for him, but Tweddle's back in that 90 bracket. 4 from 8, and that makes you very difficult to beat. We head off into a short break now, and when we return from that, our next match will be Spee taking on Adam Sada.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title
Welcome back to our Pluto TV viewers, to Portsmouth and the Modus Super Series here in the live lounge. And if you just joined us, you missed Jack Tweddle beating Scott Taylor, former champion, 4-1 with a 93 average. Jack's now got a couple of wins under his belt, both with 90 averages, so keep your eye on him as the group progresses. But now we turn to Spee and Adam Sada. Adam Sada had a nice 4-3 win with a 93 average in our opener today. And Spee, he won his opening match as well against fellow compatriot Bradley Roose. So
first leg
with an 89 average.
First.
So there's not a lot between these two.
Game on.
Is having the darts going to be the difference? Stay with us for the next 15 minutes or so and you will find out.
Well, both players looking to get through the opening couple of rounds of matches without any slip-ups. Spee and Sada. Perhaps not a surprise that Adam Sada is 1-0 in the wins column. Perhaps Spee's winning his Bradley Roose went a little bit against the fall guy, but he played superbly well in that match. And how many times do we see players in this particular building raise their game in comparison to what we've seen elsewhere?
Yeah, very much so. What we did find out from Adam Sada was that the numbers that we were seeing for him from the CDC stats and things over in the good old US of A were true to form, because he was absolutely smashing that treble 20 in the first match. 5 180s he had in that opener. And his first debut game. And if you're going to have a little hiccup in any way, usually it's your first game you ever play here. So is more of that going to come our way, or are we seeing another debutant who has had their better games right at the start of the day when they arrive and then tend to struggle for the rest of the week? Again, only time will tell, and you're very welcome to stay with us here on Pluto TV.
36.
I'll find out about Adam as we do as the week goes on.
96. Adam, you require
Spee leaves
120.
himself on top. Sada looking at 120 for the break. Just wide with dart 1, and so Spee will come back with 3 darts in his hand at double top to take a 1-0 lead.
Arnie, you
himself on
require
top, so Spee misses 3 at the same target. No mistake. Gotta say, real good start so far from Spee.
Yeah, totally agree with that. We were unsure what Arna was going to turn up.
Game on.
On the previous visit, here he didn't sort of pull up any trees, and looking at this group where I was a little bit worried for him at the start of the day, looking at the stats for the year, but obviously he's been here. He made that debut himself.
100.
And then worked out exactly more what he needed to do. And he's gone back and worked on it, I'm sure. And it's like anything. It's like when you step up from the Challenge Tour to the Pro Tour, and it is a big step up, and sometimes you get dragged along with what's going on. And I think that's exactly what Arna is doing here. He's looked at this group and knows that this is a tough group. A very even group. And yeah, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing.
96.
That's with any dart player. You don't really ever find out about them when they're winning.
98.
You find out about how they recover and how they bounce back when it's not quite gone their way, and that's when you find the mental strength. A bit of shoulder in there from Adam Sada in that first one.
81.
Seems to be the thing that he does with his type of throw. Every player has got if they have a little glitch in their throw, the dart will do a certain thing consistently. And we're seeing with Adam Sada that He's got a bit of shoulder in one of those darts sometimes, and it pushes it over to the 1.
Treble 16 leaves himself double 12 for the 129. Superb from Sada. A ton topper to level up at 1 apiece, and maybe now he's found his radar
Third
on the
leg,
outer
it's
ring.
Anna to throw first. Game on.
Now, once he hit the 57, he had options, didn't he? And it was where he was going to go.
100.
Oh, Spotter picked it up perfectly. Went across to the 16s. Up to double 12.
140.
And now here's that little momentum swing. Has that changed the game?
45.
You could say Spee is starting to spray.
Well, you look at the from the grip of Adam Zavada, he almost pinches
100.
the dart together with his thumb and his 2 index fingers. It actually leaves 2 fingers free. It feels like a very loose grip of the dart, which is perhaps why they float in the air more and maybe just tend to go low into the bed.
46.
Yeah, I think that he holds it there and then squeezes it in and sort of crunches the fingers up and then uses the finger crunch as well as sort of like the flick of the wrist to get the propulsion. I think the darts go quite flat as a trajectory, and that's what makes things a little easier for him, particularly when you're aiming at the same target, like
6.
a treble 20 all the time.
Require 81.
Are we seeing Arna Spee here and problems for the first time?
$57.
And also you see on the barrel of Savada, it is a very grippy barrel indeed.
100. Adam, you require 24.
2 trails after 12.
Game shot on the
13
third
darter.
leg.
He
Adam
is going
Savada.
through the gears. Average in excess of 102.
Fourth flag. It's Adam to throw
Wondering,
first.
Las Vegas was on this
Game on.
weekend, the Las Vegas Open, and I'm wondering whether Adam actually attended the Vegas Open or whether he came here rather than playing the Vegas Open. I don't know.
100.
I tell you what, if he managed to get from Vegas to Portsmouth in double quick time, I reckon the pilot of that particular plane probably needs to be done for speeding.
40.
Absolutely. Yeah, without the Concorde being around now, coming at supersonic sound.
That's the grip. And it is very, very loose, isn't it?
28.
There's a lot about Savard. Take away the actual
85.
throwing motion because that's very different, but the actual grip and the way it goes in the board is very reminiscent of that of another American in Leonard Gates. Take away the actual action of it. The grip is very loose. The darts go in very flat.
I don't know whether he's a big soft tip player. We always say that about the Americans and the Asians, and say they're probably not aiming at the treble 20 as much as they would at the bullseye and things like that. So if you're throwing at the bullseye
92
all the time, then maybe you have a flatter throw because it's the middle of the board. I don't know.
60.
In fact, Savada lives less than 2 hours from Nevada. So actually, the Las Vegas Open would have been a home tournament for him.
54.
David Cameron and the famous Dieter Hedman picking up the titles at the weekend there. They'll be playing at the WDF World Championship at the Lakeside in December.
130.
Should they so wish.
$26. Arnie, you require 36.
To say the Las Vegas Open is
Game
one
shot
that
on
I
the fourth
do
flag. Arnie Spee.
want to have on my bucket list of attended before I my darting career closes.
Fifth leg, it's Arna
Need a
to
pairs
throw
partner.
first. Game on.
Yeah, come on over with me. That'd be great. You could talk me through it.
26. $60. $140.
Better from Spee this time round. He's just had to settle himself in here. It was good break to get back to 2-2.
108.
It seems you seem to rattle Sada from close to Nevada. Seems you seem to rattle him.
140.
He seems to come back with those treble 20 visits, doesn't he? In a very similar way to what Leonard Gates does.
140.
Genuinely, this is power scoring up there
59.
with some of the best
Adam,
that
you
we've
require
seen
121.
in this building on a consistent basis. 1-2-1 left after 9. So I had to go 25 first, despite Speed being on a finish. He's not going to get a look at double 18.
65.
Brave
Arna, you
direction to
require
go there on 1-2-1 when
136.
you've hit so many treble 20s. I may have liked to have seen him go on the other way and get himself a dart at the ball, but not to be this time.
58.
Spee
Adam,
was
you
chasing that
require
57 to
56.
leave himself double top, but it's 56 now for Savada, and we know what he's like on the doubles.
36. Arna, you
Not
require
to be this time
78.
round, so it's Arna will be trying to hit the big numbers. Oh, he gets 2 at double 12, double 6 coming in now, and
72.
not to be this time
Adam, you
round
require 20.
for the fair-haired Dutchman.
He'll feel like opportunity miss Arna Spee because
Yeah, Sean,
Savada
fifth
pins the
leg,
double
Adam
10.
Savada.
He breaks, leads 3-2, has the darts for his second consecutive win.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw
Arna, he
first.
has had a gilt-edged
Game on.
chance to put himself on the hill, and it's an opportunity that's passed it by.
There's a little bit of pressure on his own throw, wasn't it, to hold his throw?
45.
And now he knows immediately he has to break back to stay in the match.
60.
This is game 5 of 15 that we're bringing to you today on Pluto TV.
61.
Do stick with us after the session concludes because we've got plenty of other stuff for you. Exclusive documentary series. There's also a delving dive back through memory lane here
41.
at the Super Series. You've got classic matches, classic Champions Weeks and Champions Nights. The Luke Little documentary, and have a chance to watch that after this session is completed. Very good watch that.
140.
Got some real expert opinions, and that of Matthew Edgar casting their eye on the Nuke 1 year on.
91. $78. 59.
Well, he's looking to put the final dagger in for Arnie Spee.
137.
The Reaper is looking for a clean kill of the Dutchman.
Yeah, you could see on Arnie's face he
Adam,
was
you
hoping for
require
a 180
40.
there to pressure this shot.
Game shot.
Tops
and the
it is
match,
from Savada.
Adam Savada.
He goes 2 from 2 on the day. The debutant really looks at home here. at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the Super Series. Here come the stats once again, another 90 average plus for Sada. 2 180s, 4 from 9 on the doubles. If he stays there all day, he's going to make himself very difficult to beat. We head into a short break, and when we return, you can join us to watch Gary Stone taking on Bradley Roose.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, welcome back to our viewers on Pluto TV. Thank you for joining us here for the Modus Super Series at Portsmouth. And if you just joined us, our 5th game of the morning, we saw Adam Sada beating Arna Spee 4-1 and inflicting Arna's first defeat of the week. Our American compatriot goes on and makes it 2 wins out of 2. But now you come back and we have Gary Stone taking on Bradley Roose. Truly international flavour to this one. A Dutchman taking on a jock. Well, they don't like to be known as that. They're just Scottish people, apparently. But yes, so we've got Scotland versus Holland here for match 6. And Bradley Roose had a very slow start when he played in game
It's Gary to throw
3,
first.
taking on his fellow countryman Arna Spee, and Gary Stone himself went down 4-1, but to a very informed Jack Tweddle, who
100.
posted a couple of 90 averages in his opening matches. So it's now all about these two. They'll be looking to get off the mark. Something has to give. Somebody has to win. Who is going to
58.
break free and take their first win of the day?
Well, Gary Stone played okay in his game against Jack Tweddle, averaged in excess of 90 with 7 darts at the outer ring. So the scoring was okay in that contest. His inability to finish off Tweddle was what cost him in the end. But it's also fair to say that it looks like there's two players at the beginning of this Group A, which, if the rest of the field aren't careful, are going to run away with it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Henry. I couldn't agree more. I think there are a couple of front runners looking out of this, and you look at the way the day is going on, and it's going to be a big clash between the two of them when they meet.
97. Gary require 121.
So Stone looking at 1-2-1. He's got plenty of time on his side, so he doesn't have to go for it. And so he's going to set himself up for tops after 12 to take out the opening leg.
Can we go back into the archives and see what Gary Stone said about his interview, whether bullseye, go for it or leave it? I think we should start chasing these players up on this, you know. Because most of them went, yeah, 45. Go for it, yeah, go for it. And they all keep laying up.
40.
Practice what you preach.
30.
It's funny what goes through your head as a dart player. I was playing, obviously, at the weekend, and I had a 161 left. And my opponent was on like 296, and I still went for the ball. I went that way and went for it because of what I said in my interview here. It went through my mind. It went through my mind when I went to throw for the 161. I thought, well, you can't tell everybody in the world that you go for it and then lay up,
on
can
the
you?
first leg, Gary Stone.
I know laying up there, but Gary Stone lays the foundations, a 1-0 lead. Now, if Owen Binks was sat in this seat, and luckily for us he isn't, he'll be saying something along the lines of, well, if you talk about the statistics and the percentages, well, if you lay up, you're going to have a better chance of hitting it than if you didn't.
54.
Yeah, well, very true. Did they put you on fast forward then? It sounded like you've been like speeding along.
That's how Owen Binks speaks.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought there was a problem with my Betamax.
Trust me, I've heard him enough in my ear over the last couple of years to know that he talks at turbo speed.
40.
Oh, a horrible little bounce out there for Roose, and his luck is not changing at the moment.
22.
It looks like Gary Stone is waiting for him. He's enjoying himself. He's smiling about it.
93. $94. 45.
It feels like with Bradley, he's playing okay, but it just feels like at points he's on the back burner.
140.
Yeah, he is. He kind of keeps getting himself. It's a little bit good score, bad score from the pair of them, really, but they seem to be hitting them on opposite times. So when one hits a good score, the other hits a bad. When the other one hits a bad, the other one hits a good. It's a bit of like a tennis match, backwards and forwards it is, but it somebody's just got to take the game by the throat and assert themselves on it. It just feels like that sort of game.
Awkward has to shuffle across to try and find a way. Was a 2-5. It wasn't a badly thrown dart, in fairness, from Bradley.
58.
Gary looking at a ton to double his lead. Treble 15 would have given him a dart at tops, and so Roose back for 72.
45.
Head along towards the 16s corridor. May just be a dart at tops. Gary just dropping a dart in the background, apologises to his young Dutch opponent. One of those accidental things that happens, slipping through his fingers. And is this leg slipping through the fingers of Bradley Roose? Decided to go double.
28. Gary requires
Double
55.
there.
$35.
I can understand Bradley Roose's dilemma there because he sort of only just
44.
missed what he was going for. And then he tried not to make the mistake again.
12.
And ultimately,
Gary
because he's missed it, it's then in his mind, he brings it back to the board, and then this is the big number again. It's now Bradley just dropped his dart. I told you they're mirroring each other, these two.
Farcical fun at the Super Series,
Gage
but
on the second
at the
leg.
end of
Gary
the
Stone.
madness, it's Gary Stone that moves into a 2-0 lead. And he can do the
Third
okie-dokie
leg.
back
It's
down
Gary to throw
the
first.
stage with the break in
Game on.
hand.
Yeah, I always like that one. When you've won a leg, wander straight back down the middle of the yockey.
40.
You still see a lot of that peacockery back on TV. That's a. I'm just letting you know I won that leg, as if you didn't know anyway. But yeah, do like it.
60. $59.
It's the final game from the second round of fixtures on this Monday morning. We're heading towards the meat of the session
57.
after this. And there's some good matches to come in cycle 3 of our morning. Taylor against Spee, Tweddle against Roose, and Sada against Stone. If Gary
95.
can find his scoring boots, that would be a really, really good affair.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those games that you think that could sort of ignite Gary Stone.
58.
See Roose now starting to react to the bad darts.
58.
We've seen this happen to Bradley before, and a few games passing by on the first day, and then before you know it, the group has passed him by, and he's in another group. So it started on 0, playing totally different. He's made 7th appearances here as Bradley Roose, and
57.
4 of them made the finals night. So we know he has pedigree. It's just about him believing that he has the pedigree today. And these are better darts now.
100.
He's left himself on 86. It really has been hit and miss so far for Gary Stone. When he's been on it, there's been some decent stuff, but the off legs have been a little bit wayward. But so far, he's been able to rely on the inconsistency of his Dutch opponent to give himself opportunities. And Gary just pondering about what to do. What shall I have for dinner tonight? Shall I go for a walk when this is done?
40.
And after all that, he decides, and the dart comes out the ball as a bounce out.
86.
It turns out he should just as well have thrown it at Jack in the first place. And not wasted all the time.
What's Jack done?
Well, nothing. He just
66.
picked it up. It was by his feet. So
Gary
he just should have thrown
required
it down there in the first place.
152.
I wonder how this mind coaching is going on. Last time we had Gary here, he was telling us all about his mind coach.
120.
And how do you hit that?
Bradley
I think that would have blown his
required
mind
20.
coach's mind.
Veru back into this match. Bradley
Gage
Roose
on
finds
the third
double
leg.
10. It's
Bradley
back
Roose.
to 2-1. Was that a Daniel Sturridge-esque celebration or the Didier Drogba? I get my Barclays
Fourth
strikers
leg.
wrong.
It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I have no idea. One is usually busy at weekends throwing one's arrows. Don't get to see a lot of that, but yes. I think it was close to both from
140.
memory recalling match of the day twos on a Sunday night.
Must be very happy as a Cherries fan
47.
right now, Scott.
Extremely happy as a Cherries fan right now. I don't think any Cherries fan can believe it. We're all checking our passports to make sure we can go to Europe next year, just in case. It's
6.
It's mind blowing for us to be now known as, you know, the best club in the south.
140.
Absolutely, we will. Don't you worry about that. I think we've been a little bit unfortunate in the last run of 5 games as well. We've had a couple of draws that maybe shouldn't have happened to us, and we could have had a couple more points and been really close to Forest, to be honest.
I did your game against Chelsea last week, and you were good value for the 3 points there, I have to say.
140.
I've got a couple of injuries up front. I don't know whether we're going to do anything about that. We say that we've lost our 2 main strikers and we score 4 at the weekend. So, yeah.
56.
Is that, putting the plaster over little wounds? I don't know, but Gary Stone here, treble 18.
140.
Would have left him.
Bradley, you require 110.
A nice little double top. Just obviously fancied double 17 for a change.
58. Gary, require 34.
Really isn't settled at all, is he? It's a few times that he has had a sizable pause, but he now has a sizable lead as he moves 3-1 in front, and now has the darts to win this 6th game of the day.
5th leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Quick set of water to cool himself down.
$120.
It's all right, mate. It was only in the 5s anyway. You're making a meal of it.
I'm not sure whether Gary Stone is overly enamoured with some of the shenanigans going on stage, but I'm sure when the light of day passes, he may well see the comical side of some of the things that's happened in this contest.
Well, especially if he can turn it into a 4-1 win. And he'll be looking at that thinking, that's justice. That one stayed in. To be fair, the other one was over in the treble 5, so on the last visit, so he wouldn't have been happy anyway.
$140.
He's really going to town on that treble 20 now.
$93. Gary requires 61.
For the match and for the points, it's double top. 2 10s.
Game shot.
It's a 12 darter to finish things off. It's a superb finish to a game which at times was very hard work for Gary Stone. Sometimes frustrated, but he'll be relieved to have got the 2 points against Bradley Roose, for whom they suffered 2 4-1 defeats at the beginning of the day. Next up, Scott Taylor against Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen from the opening 6 games of the day so far. So far, so good for Adam Sada and Jack Tweddle, both winning their opening matches. They are the top 2 in the group. Spee and Gary Stone, the other winners. Scott Taylor and Bradley Roose yet to get on the board. Taylor and Spee go head-to-head in our 7th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Arnie, it was a really good opening performance, a 4-1 win against Bradley Roose, whereas for Scott Taylor, it's been a little bit below par so far, averages of 82 and 83 so far. The doubling has been okay, but what's usually his big strength, his power scoring, has seemingly deserted him over the course of this particular session. For Arne, well, 2 decent performances out the gate, and you actually would say that if he carries on playing to type, that
First leg,
he's
it's
got a
Scott
very,
to throw
very good
first.
chance of
Game on.
getting the better of the boy from Bolton.
Yeah, I agree with that.
125.
We haven't forgotten that Scott Taylor holds one of the records here for the most 180 finishes in the Super Series.
100.
He missed a couple of 160s earlier in the day.
41. 140. 60. 85.
'Taylor looking to flex his muscles in this opening leg. And he has left himself on the aforementioned 170. He's hit it 5 times here at the Live Lounge. No players ever done it more.
127. Scott, you require 170.
Another bullseye. Would have been for 6 of the best.
145.
Yeah, we will have to have changed all the stats.
$17. Scott, you require 25.
Scott loves double 12, so will always split this way with 25 left in hand.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
why.
first leg. Scott Taylor. Second leg, it's Arne to throw first. Game on. $99. 43. $134. $140.
Nice little flow about this game. Both players playing at a similar pace. And up to now,
101.
it seems to be suiting them nicely. And good counting once again from a Dutchman.
140. Arnie require 167.
He's got 6 of them here. And he's going to need that full quota to level this game up.
60.
Not made the inroads that perhaps he would have liked. And so Taylor here, if he could pile in a couple of trebles,
100.
finds one to leave himself on a
Arnie
2 dart.
require
May just be
107.
now the marginal favourite for this second leg. From this point,
51.
he should get at least one.
Scott, you require 78.
We know he likes the 24, but he's got to go the tops route. He has no choice. Blocks it a little. Dosey-does to the left. And what a nice dart over the top. I don't think that was the corner of the bed that he was aiming at, but he won't worry any all the same because in is
Third
in.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
In is in, and Taylor's 2-0 up. Playing much better than he did in his opening couple of matches. Just really beginning to
140.
find his range now.
Six.
Super Series 6 success around about this time last year was a real breakthrough moment in terms of winning a real big title. We've known the ability that he's had in an abundance for a number of years, but it's felt like his
99.
quality and a player of his prowess, a title of big distinction was lacking on the CV, and it felt like that was a
70.
moment which was well overdue. This is a man who decided to rock up last minute to
57.
qualify for the old BDO World Trophy, won it, and then in his first game on the televised stage hit the biggest ever average recorded in the history of a televised BDO match, 106.
100. $60.
And Taylor's left himself on 145 to open up a 3-love lead. And he's going to
87.
get time, plenty of
Scott, you
time.
require 145. $87.
Speed's going to need another one of those.
100. Scott, you require
To
58.
really trouble Taylor. Grimace, as he only just hit the 18 there.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very much
Scott
more
take.
confident on the double 10 and
Fourth leg, it's Arno to throw first. Game on.
the board a bit of a stare there as he walks away. I'm not sure whether it was the board or our referee Jack. More likely to be the board.
100.
You don't want to be on the receiving end of a Scott Taylor death stare, would you?
$26. $57.
One could say that Scott Taylor gave the board a really big stare there and it rebelled
58.
by only letting him have a couple of treble ones.
$58.
Well, in snooker, they talk about snooker gods, don't they? Oh, so often, particularly during the Triple Crown events. Maybe the darting gods in that particular visit were transpiring against Scott Taylor.
70. 180.
Beautiful shake on the head from Scott Taylor. Spee
123.
finds the game's first.
Arnie, you
Max leads
require
himself on 106 and
106.
6 from here to get his first leg on the board. Double 16
90.
on the inside.
$125. Arnie, you require 16.
2 8s.
No
Does
score.
not go, and so Scott
Scott,
Taylor
you require 99.
looking at 99 here to seal a 4-0 success. Tops.
41. Arnie, you require 16. No score. Scott, you require 58.
Frustration again from Arne. It's only because he's handing
Get
out
your on the mark.
Christmas
Scott
presents well
Taylor.
after Christmas. Scott Taylor gets his first win of the day on the board. His third match of the day. Nothing too much to write home about on the averages, but Scott Taylor will be very happy to get himself off the mark. We head on to a short break, and when we return, we will have Jack Tweddle taking on Bradley Roose. And let's not forget, Jack's unbeaten today.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor brushed aside Arda Spee by 4-0. Now we see Bradley Roose and Jack Tweddle go toe-to-toe in our middle match of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Jack Tweddle, he's had the perfect start to his second appearance here. 2 victories and 2 averages in excess of 90. Whereas for Bradley Roose, he's had a couple of 4-1 defeats to kickstart his day. He needs to find something, needs to find a spark from somewhere. And there is a possibility.
It's Jack to throw first.
In this round of fixtures, if Tweddle can beat Roose and Sada can beat Stone, that there's a possibility that the top 2 players, even at this early stage, can move 4 points clear of the rest of the field, and it'll look like already a 2-horse race for 1 spot into Saturday.
140.
Yeah, you feel that Roose has got to try and get himself on the table with a couple of points
96.
here, but the ask for him is now starting to get very difficult because he's playing Jack, who's undefeated.
60.
Yeah, Scott Taylor later in our last game of the day, and he still has Adam Sada to play.
Real possibility that could well be the game of the day between them two. I mean, they've both been playing over the course of the morning session. As for Bradley, it's almost been as if he hasn't got out of bed yet.
58.
Slumbering on this Monday morning.
$93. 98. Bradley require 150.
So 150 here for Bradley Roose to take the opening leg. That's perfect for another to sit alongside. But it clips off the barrel and out of the board.
120. Jackie require
All those dart on dart
152.
outs, wasn't it? Not really a lot to do with the board.
92. Bradley require 30. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, nicely
Bradley
done
Roose.
from Roose. That was sort of a funny double to be left on. He had no choice with the way that the dart bounced out, so that was
Second
probably
leg,
the
it's
best
Bradley
route
to throw first.
for him. But
Game on.
nicely done all the same, and he's the Tweddle throw being threatened.
And for the first time today, we can say the phrase, Tweddle's got to put his pedal to the metal.
57.
Scott Taylor had a leg off him earlier, as did Gary Stone, but it wasn't the first leg.
81.
We'll see a reaction.
This has kind of been Bradley's range all day long. Low to mid-80s has kind of been where he's plying his trade today.
83.
It's a badly thrown dart, that last one from Jack Tweddle, but it didn't quite go where he wanted it to go. And the first time we've seen him a little bit chastise himself a little when really it sort of came off the flight.
140.
I hope that doesn't creep into this game because he's a much better player when he's not beating himself up.
85.
Probably be disappointed with the third dart there because he would have felt a real good opportunity to have doubled his lead. Tweddle
60.
unable to find a trail which would have left him on a 2-darter.
$99. Jack, you require 137. $97. Bradley, you require 104.
A very normal way to go, that 137 now, tops. The first one was just providing to be a little bit of a blocker there for Roose. He'd have rather it have been the other side of the treble 18 and that would have left the bed open.
Jack,
but
you require 40.
recovers. Is he going to get to come back?
Game shot on the second leg. Jack Tweddle.
Tweddle breaks straight back.
Third leg.
Goes
It's Jack
1-1.
to throw first. Game on. $119.
Well, this feels a game less of maybe quality for Jack Tweddle, but maybe showing as to how he can grind results out.
96. $96.
He's actually a little bit like you, Scott. Not a farmer, but on the world of TikTok these days. You're a bit of a
40.
TikTok supremo, aren't you?
Well, I'm not so sure I'm a supremo. I'm learning the ropes, you know. You got all these people
98.
around you here that know the ropes and can help you a little bit. And I try to tap into some of their stuff, but it seems that you have to have your own sort of
45.
persona and use your own thing on it. I mean, sometimes I just put a still clip. Doesn't always have to be a. But yes, I am enjoying
96.
doing a little bit of that. I'm not going to obviously let it take over my darting career. But yes, it's nice to do a few of those. And
134.
just let people know what you're doing.
Jackie required.
Well, Jack Tweddle did a
92.
live stream. I don't know if you've done any of those. And he hit a 9 darter on one of those.
Oh wow, no, I don't do too
52.
many live streams.
So we don't get to see Scott Mitchell on the tractor or anything like that.
No, not really.
6.
Not really. We're not
Jackie
progressed
required
onto that
40.
yet because I haven't got a phone holder in my tractor, and it's a little bit more of a
Game
bumpy
shot on the
ride than a
third
car.
leg. Jack Tweddle.
So Tweddle takes out that for a 17
Fourth
dart
leg. It's
leg.
Bradley to throw first. Game on. $46.
But that's more like it as a first dart for Jack. It's more like it altogether. It's his first maximum of the contest.
Yeah, the momentum just coming back his way, isn't it now? With winning that second leg, it's
6.
sort of stopped Bradley Roose's momentum, and you can see in his body language now that he's far more
140.
positive. And you really nearly took the 9 up there, Henry. We nearly had a super live stream 9 then.
96.
Would have been supersonic at the Super Live Lounge.
41.
But nonetheless, it's been a very good leg and a real good attack of the Bradley Roose throw by Jack Tweddle here.
41. Jackie require 140.
Thinking anything flash here, just a nice little ton and stay straight would have been nice.
43.
Real opportunity here for Roose to get back in the leg with a couple of treble visits, but it's not going to happen.
100. Jackie required
Probably a little
97.
bit too far away on 158. Definitely now.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
absolutely.
leg.
Good
Jack
finish
Tweddle.
from Tweddle. A nice 97 there. We saw him go for the 137 just now and
Fifth
try to
leg.
go
It's Jack
tops.
to throw first.
This
Game on.
time he had to only go 57 and 1 top, double top, and it was fairly easy
81.
accomplished.
And now he's 3-1 to the good. There are real questions of Bradley Roose, who's doing no more than winning just a solitary leg in matches at this present moment in time.
81.
And if he's not careful, that's the first sign of frustration we've seen from him today. And if he loses this one, he may feel like he's cut adrift to the bottom of the Group A table. And already he may be looking as if he's looking at trying to cement a place in the night session as opposed to having a couple of days off.
Yeah, one could say he's been cast away, Mr. Wilson.
He...
Well, he's played towards his level as he has done all day. And as we mentioned, if Jack Tweddle kind of stays towards his game, then he should get joy. And that's exactly what it looks like is going to be the case here, because no triple there means that Tweddle's got 6 darts on 187 to complete the job by 4 legs to 1. It would seal his 3rd win
26.
of the day in his 3rd match of the day. Ahead of Adam Savada's gaming as Gary Stone. Already they look like the Premier 2.
140. Jack, you require 161.
Well, this would be a nice, fine way to win it. Not going to happen this time.
99. Bradley, you require 40.
Well, this to half the gap. Double top. Can he get it off the barrel? No,
20.
he can't. And so Jack Tweddle comes back.
Jack, you require 62.
His 3rd consecutive win at the beginning of the day. And he's going to get 2 at double 10.
42.
But he cannot convert.
Bradley, you require 20.
Yeah, rushed him a little, didn't he?
No score.
And that could be curtains.
Jack, you require
Bradley can't
20.
say he has an opportunity to get himself back into the contest.
Game shot.
But the game is up
Jack
for the
Tweddle.
Dutchman as Jack Tweddle seals his 3rd consecutive victory at the beginning of the day. Him and Adam Zavada beginning to run riot here. It's another proficient performance, just a little bit below what we saw in matches 1 and 2, but it was enough, and more than enough, to get the better of Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1. That's our middle match done and dusted. Next up, Adam Zavada against Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jack Tweddle got the better of Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1. That sealed his third win of the day. Adam Sada is looking to do something similar here. If he gets the better of Gary Stone, the top two will have a 4-point lead over the rest in terms of the league standings. Now, Scott Taylor was the overwhelming favourite to win the group and the overwhelming favourite to win the week. Savada and Tweddle were the two that were hot on the toes according to the odds compilers. They were both 5 to 1 respectively to win the week outright, and Savada 11 to 4, Tweddle 10 to 3 to go on and win this Group A. And at this present moment in time, it's those just behind the red hot favourite that's doing all the damage. Gary Stone is looking to change that particular rhetoric, and if he wins this particular match, then he'll move on to 4 points alongside the American. But you feel like with Adam Savada already, the story of the week is he's going to outscore you. It's just, can he outfinish you?
95.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly put. We can see that he's going to hit that treble and do the numbers, and right on cue he hits a 5. But yeah, backs it up with another one of those.
125.
I couldn't agree more. He seems to be a difficult man to outscore.
100.
Well, Gary's having some time trying to sort the equipment out over the course of the day. He's had plenty of bounce outs. He had 1 or 2 darts top of the floor, and now a flight which is popped out as he's retrieved his darts. Not that it seemingly put off Adam Zavada.
180.
That's his 8th 180 of the day, and it's only the first leg of match 3 for him.
58. Adam, you require 71.
Double 16. 11 darter. Adam Zavada's up and running. And you know what? It just felt routine. It just felt like something he does all the time.
Game on.
Royal smile there from Stone, because he knows he couldn't do a great deal about that. With Savada on throw, he had to do a 9.
There's players that put in good legs like that, and it looks really good because maybe that's them playing at their best. But it feels like for Adam Zavada, it's just something that he can just
59.
continuously put in. And there's indications with certain patterns of play that he's finding himself on things like that, like 81 after 9 a lot, 121 after 9 a lot,
108.
81 after 12 on certain occasions. He's leaving himself on really handy numbers after a decent amount of darts in a leg.
125.
The problem Gary Stone's got, this is a great leg gone for, but at some point he's going to have to break Savada.
Yeah, he is, and Savada doesn't seem to be over concerned about legs that he's not on throw.
108. Gary requires 75.
Double 12.
Edge on a second
That's 11 darter in leg 1 from Savada. It's a 12 darter there.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Some contest up to press. These two really turning it on.
Well, that one was off the wire.
120.
Still manages to put 2 back in the lipstick, and you have to say Sada is playing
41.
with confidence. You don't do that unless you're confident.
$140.
I know it's only the middle of leg 3, Scott, but he's averaging 129.81.
140.
The numbers are absolutely ridiculous.
91.
Down to a measly 125 now.
80. Adam, you require 150. $98.
It's across to the treble 18.
$57.
Gary Stone
Adam, you
just has no
require
answer for this
52.
leg so far.
It's double 16.
Game shot on
That's a 14. It's 2 on Savada.
Full
How's your luck,
flag.
Gary?
It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
There's a special performance from a special American ace.
108.
But Gary gives it some gumptious. He finds his second max of the match. Now, as you can see, only 3 legs in, but 4 180s already. Now, the record for a Super Series game is 9, but Gary Stone has had more than that in a game here because he played a match against Marvin van Velzen at the ADC Global Championship, and they polled in 10 between them. It was some contest.
$81.
Yeah, these two have only hit a measly 4 over 3 legs. Ridiculous.
92. $134. Gary require 170. $134.
Well, the fish was on offer, but the fish was not got by Stone, but he's left himself on double 18 after 12. He's averaging 102 here.
40.
I have
Gary
to say, this is a very
require
good response
36.
from Gary Stone.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Gary Stone. Fifth flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game
Every
on.
single leg in this match has been won in 5 visits or less. It's been a stupendously good contest so far. 2-2. Savada averaging 111.49. Stone 98.31. But regardless of the scoring power of Savada, Stone has been able to take the opportunities he's got on throw. The problem he's got at some point is he's going to have to get a break off of the American, who on throw in this match has been almost impossible to depose.
140.
Yeah, he's running out of time, isn't he?
97.
Well, on a day where Donald Trump gets inaugurated as US president for a second time, you might have to replace the phrase POTUS with POTUR for Adam Savada, player of the day.
Yeah, this is good stuff once again from him. Stone is coming back.
140.
Enjoying this
require
one.
121.
Well, there's 6 left after that straight into the 15. And so He has got options here with
89. Gary, you require
46 in hand. He decides to leave double 60. Seems to be his preferred double of choice. Gary Stone's just laughing through the pain because every single time Adam Savada's on throw, he's making life almost impossible for him.
$57. Adam, you require 32.
Well, in this game, Savada's 2 from 2 on the doubles. Make it 3 from 3. And make it 3-2 to the American.
Good idea. That would be a...
6th leg. It's Gary to throw
Gary
first.
Stone can come back now. There's the stats. Nothing over 15 darts. So you would imagine Stone is going to have to do something similar here to hold his own throw, and then he's going to try and get his down to last chance saloon in that last leg.
108.
His third max of the match. His average is still 116.63. A special performance from a special player who is more than making an imprint on the live lounge stage. We saw glimpses of his excellence at the MSG and on the CDC Pro Tour, but right here, right now, he is playing the type of darts that would win you games in any environment.
Right here, right now, are you calling me fat boy, Slim?
60.
But it could be right about now that Adam Savada picks the points up in this particular contest. He's left himself on 161 after 9, and this would be some way to bring the game down, to bring the house down. 17.
97. Gary, you require.
Gary Stone wants to win this darts match. He has to take out 145, and he's not going to. And so Adam Savada averaging in excess of 112, 3 from 3 on his doubles, is coming back for 64 to complete a 4-2 win, a demolition of the Scot, and he's going to get one dart in his hand, a double 16 to do exactly that.
40. Gary, you require 98.
And he missed it by one of my country miles.
Two 19s.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Gary Stone.
Fighting spirit shown by Stone.
7th and final leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
You have to give credit here to Gary Stone because he has been punched from pillar to post by Adam Savada in this game.
97.
But he's always seemingly found a response to whatever's been thrown at him.
$121.
Savada is starting to feel the heat.
$108.
What a handy tool to have in your locker to be able to keep getting yourself out of the mire. That 180.
43.
That's his 4th of this game. And so far today, he has had 11 of them.
140.
This is scarily good, almost scarcely believable at points. 112 the average.
87.
He's missed a dart in the previous leg to get the job done, but he's going to have time here to bring down what has been a almost immaculate performance. Gary Stone has pushed him all the way, but 52. Savada now has left himself on 32 after 12 to get the points.
$43. Adam, you require 32.
What a performance it's been.
Game
and
shot
what a player Adam Savada is. an average of 110.34, a 13 darter in the decider, 4 180s in the contest. This American 8 is here to play, and if he plays anything like that for the rest of the week, he is going to win hands down. At the turn of the tape, Gary Stone pushed him all the way, and you've got to give him a lot of credit for that. Average of 92, but it just wasn't quite enough in comparison to the blockbuster 110.34 of Adam Sada. Every department was pretty much perfect, wasn't it? And he is perfect so far today. 3 wins and 3 for him. Coming up after the break, Spee against Jack Tweddle. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are midway through the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results from the opening 9 matches of the day. And it's been a domination by 2 players. Jack Tweddle, 3 from 3 so far. As 2 is the American Adam Sada. 4-3 win against Gary Stone before the break. Average in excess of 110. It was a real special performance from Sada, shall I say. A 4-3 win against Gary Stone there. As you can see, average in excess of 110.34. 4 from 5 on his doubles. 4 180s. He's at the top of the table alongside Jack Tweddle. But it is Tweddle that is top on legs difference. He won matches big today, and it has given him opportunities as a consequence to really move clear. In fact, the top two have a 4-point gap from those in behind. Pluto TV isn't just the home of exclusive live darts. Our documentary series as well is very much worth a watch, and the first of them is available after we're done today.
Well, you can see even on screen, can't you, this year's World Championship final, a 35-year-old playing a 17-year-old, combined age of 52.
He knows what he can do on the day, we know what he can do, and I think he just wants to show that to everybody.
When it really came down to like the push, you could just see the focus and you could see the ability coming through.
And I think everyone kind of knew he had something special.
Within inside 2 years, he's now champion of the world and probably the best player on the planet. Luke Littler's had a massively positive effect on darts worldwide.
He's a phenomenal talent, and I just don't see how he's going to be stopped. Can already see people saying it's going back to the boring days of Taylor would win everything. Is Luke Littler going to go down that same road where people look for him to lose?
I think 4 or 5 years, he might even just say that's enough.
I thought we was looking at someone who was really good, but is he going to be time on time in these major events getting to the latter stages?
There was this kind of level of expectation that everyone was like, oh, we know he's really good, but can he do it? Can he deliver on the big stage?
There's been a lot more pressure on his shoulders, but I think he's dealt with it absolutely superbly.
You have to realise Luke Littler is very special.
Because of Luke Littler and what he's done, I think a lot more kids want to get into it because they've seen, and he's quite a role model.
He is the biggest inspiration and just shown everybody what is achievable.
What he's done, it can only be good for darts, really.
Yeah, the latest Pluto TV documentary series, Luke Littler 1 year on, is available once the darts here is completed today at around about 2:30. So do stick with us for that. Game 10 of our session sees Spee and Jack Tweddle go toe-to-toe. Meeting of the man from Swindon and the man from the Netherlands, and their fortunes couldn't be hardly more contrasting. Jack Tweddle with a perfect day so far. Spee actually got to the perfect start. He beat Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game, but back-to-back defeats, including a heavy one to Scott Taylor last time out, sees him now chasing behind the top 2 in the league table. As for Jack Tweddle, well, if he wins this game, then he'll be 4 from 4. And when he takes on Adam Tavada in what is a blockbuster game in the final round of matches, there could well be an opportunity for one of them to complete the card. It may well be a shootout to see who completes the card on day 1. Because if you're going to be ruefully honest about it,
140.
You'd expect Jack Tweddle to have too much for Spee. And if Sada carries on the way he's going, you'd expect him to have a little bit too much of Bradley Roose. So it wouldn't come as a surprise if them two were to lock horns, wanting to take the whole spoils at the end of the day.
$57.
Looks like a slightly increased pace suits Tweddle nicely. Both skipping along here.
100. Jackie require 89.
Double 5 inside.
Honor, you require 108.
Double 14 leaves 26. Double 13. Just recalibrating, recalculating, but not finding.
95. Jackie require 5.
Yeah, went for the big 14, but went so big it was in the double.
3. Honor, you require 13.
But he gets back, and a chance that he probably wouldn't expected to have got. Next door to the double 13 misses. Now the double 2 misses.
Jackie require 2. Game shot on the first leg, Jack Tweddle.
Tweddle dispatches of the double one nicely. That'll be a bit of a relief for
Second
him.
leg, it's
a
Jack
break
to
of throw,
first.
all the same.
Game on. $135. $100. $134.
Well, just been a little bit of a glitch in the scoreboard. We use an electronic system here at the Super Series. So sometimes when the computer says no, the computer will say no. And sometimes in life you're just at the mercy of technology. And sometimes if it's not going to play ball, it will not play ball.
I'm on the side of the computer here. It's very rare that it happens here at the Super Series when you think of all the numbers that get punched in to the system.
41.
And the thing is, there's so many games here. It very rarely happens. But it's like anything. You don't think about it or see it when things are going right, but it's more amplified when things go wrong.
85. Jack, you require
Well, Sean Murphy hit one of these on Saturday evening. Admittedly, his 147 attempt was much better than his 9 dart attempt.
Yes, indeed. I did see that little feature. Everybody getting involved in the darts now, aren't they? From Formula
130.
One right the way through to
Jack,
snooker.
You require 88.
214s. It's a 2-0 lead. It's convincing. It's comprehensive so far for Jack Tweddle. He moves 2 to the good. And at this present moment in time, Arne Spee is playing okay. It's just not got an answer for him.
No, he's there and thereabout. You have to say that
57.
He had a chance in that first leg to hold his throw, and then all of a sudden he's got to try and break Jack, which is always going to be difficult.
57.
I do like the way he throws, though, Arne. I like it. Not a lot to go wrong with it. One of those throws that you can progress.
108.
Tweddle hits the first 180 of the match.
83.
Good find with the last. Just keeps himself on the periphery in this leg.
Yeah, Tweddle's already turned the phone throw round, but that one won't have helped him that visit.
$96. Jackie require 149.
149 isn't going to go for
99.
Jack Tweddle, so Arne
you require
97
97.
to get back to 2-1. And he'll know he'll have to take this. He knows that dart at double 12 has to go, and it does. Just to give him any kind of glimmer of hope in the contest.
Fourth flag, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Because Tweddle was going back for 50, and you would suspect he would have taken it.
100. $140.
Let's have a look at both players from a side-on angle.
140.
Yeah, not a lot of body movement from either. It's straight up. All the movement from the elbow, which is what you
50
teach
serve.
anybody that was throwing for the first time. Jack, sometimes on his follow through, his arm goes out to the right.
50 serve.
A little bit Chisnell-like. So I don't see that being a problem. Do you?
I suppose for Arne, the big thing that comes to pass is the pronounced lean that he has. But he may be leaning his way towards a level game here, courtesy of his first max of the match.
136.
Just when Arne
you
thought
require
maybe he's getting a foothold in this
124.
contest, to Tweddle pile in something significant himself, forcing him to take the 1-2-4 out, of which he's not up to the task, and so Tweddle 68 for 3-1.
Jackie requires 68. $28.
You are seeing from the
Arne, you
Tweddle game
require
here that he does
61.
like to head across the double 10 if he can. So I'm guessing that's his favourite double. Double 9. He hit the double
52.
12 next door, and you
Jackie
could see the
requires
anguish.
40.
He may feel
It's
like
on
that
a
was
full
the
flag,
opportunity
Jack
to
Tweddle.
get himself back into the contest, and maybe his chances are now gone as a result of Tweddle taking that tops.
Fifth flag. It's Arne to throw first. Game on.
So 3-1 Jack Tweddle, one away from the win in our 10th game of the session.
45.
And it'd mean that he'd be 4 wins from 4 and a match away from completing the card on his first day
57.
of Group A at the Live Lounge. I was speaking to Johnny Haynes not long before
100.
Christmas when he played here. And he said that Jack Tweddle down locally in Swindon is absolutely mopping up. He's absolutely battering everybody, all comers in and around that local region. That's not a bad part of the world. You've got the likes of Josh McCarthy down there as well, who's a very handy player.
44.
But he is seemingly the best of the bunch in that part of the world.
Yeah. It is a bit of a hotbed of darts, that area. And if you're being known by your peers that you're starting to clean up in places, then you are the boy in the
45.
bubble at the minute.
What a number of volts is won by the ADC, which is how Arne Spee got here. There are a series of events that quite literally any player can
41.
play. So who knows? If there's also leagues for players who are just starting out, an average under 65. So if you fancy giving darts a bit of a go, whether you're a serious player or somebody that wants to play for fun, the ADC Volts is a great way of doing so. Head over to www.dartatlas.com for all you need to know about playing in them. The ADC a great system for players both serious and perhaps those wanting to improve and enjoy their game.
78. Arne, you require 116.
Well, last week this was the duff, but the opportunity snuffed by Spee.
76. $170. Arne, you require 40.
Pressure as well had truly applied to this
Gets on the
40,
fifth
but
flag. Arne Spee.
Arne was up to it. Good 170 from Jack there, but he won't worry too much about that. He'll know that
Sixth
he
flag.
now
It's
has
Jack
the throw.
to first. Game on. $60.
Well, this is the leg where Tweddle has the darts to win it. But his darts have been
140.
immediately taken off him by Arne Spee. A triple start for Tweddle and a couple for the Dutchman means that this leg now is open for a bit of interpretation. And maybe this match is open for a bit of interpretation too.
Yeah, indeed it is. And
81.
the group up a little behind those top two, wouldn't it? Close it. We're far from that yet. Tweddle needs to find a
57.
treble. And he's not done it. So the throw has been turned by Arna.
82.
But Arna could only slot one in.
I saw what you did there.
78.
I promise that's the last time I do it this week, although I probably won't do it again.
You probably will, yes. You won't be able to hold yourself.
140.
Yeah, that's a great visit.
$95.
So was
Arna,
almost
you require
that.
58.
So Arna, 58. Nice and safe with the 18. Down the barrel.
80.
Not to be this time.
Jackie requires
So now he has to hope.
111.
Hang on to your hat, Arna. Because Tweddle's got a dart at double 16 to win the match, and he's had
Arna,
a chance now to get the job
40.
done. That's come and gone. But is he going to be forced to go to the last? Is he going to be forced to go to the last?
30.
No, he comes back for 3 more
Jackie
to win it.
require 32.
So frustrating as a dart player to do all the hard work
On the match,
and then miss.
Jack
But
Tweddle.
Tweddle takes another win. I'm all right, Jack, he says. Nice little chat between the two after. I like to see that as well. As Jack Tweddle takes his 3rd win of the day. There we go. The average is just below that 90 again for Jack. We said if he stays around there, he's going to make himself difficult to beat. We head into a short break. And on our return, we have Gary Stone taking on Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jack Tweddle got the better of Spee by 4-2. Interesting. Hold on. Was that 3 bullseyes? I think it was. Incredible. Incredible, quite literally. Anyway, back to the action. Gary Stone and Scott Taylor in our 11th game of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Well, we know where Scott Taylor's going to go when he leaves 150 at some point in this match. Well, Gary lost out to Adam Savada in incredible circumstances. He played immensely well, but he ran into an opponent who had an average in excess of 110 in that contest. The legs in that game, 11-14, 13-13 Savada. It was a 12 and 15 for Gary, but hang on a second.
139.
Almost thought it was going to be a start even better than that. Scott seeing the funny side of Gary missing dart 5 for the 9. But he won't be seeing the funny side of this start.
65.
Gary leads himself on 117 after 9 in cruise control of this opening leg.
100. Gary, you require 117.
Tops.
97.
Scared it.
Definitely had it penned in. It wasn't getting away. Not downwards anyway.
100.
Taylor just
Gary,
keeps
require
plodding away
20.
with his tons there.
Game shot on the
He's
first
not going to get a
leg,
go.
Gary Stone.
Do you think that last game is sort of giving Gary Stone to get up and go? You know, the one he had with Sada. He played really well and
game off.
got nothing from it. If you're hitting legs since 15 and 12,
59,
and you're still not winning games, you can feel a little bit hard done by it. It's not going to happen to you very often.
Well, there's one or two effects, isn't there, that will come of it. You either
57.
inspire your performance as a result, or you go back into your shell again.
95. $108.
This is second of the match, Gary Stone. 8th of the day.
100. $140.
Playing at a slightly different pace here, Stone. A little bit quicker, and it seems to suit his rhythm.
Well, he's playing in this game like Adam Zavada played against him in his previous match.
83. Gary, you require
Scott Taylor has not got an answer to it right now. We'll have to go treble 18 pull because Taylor's on a finish, and
92.
we know a player of his
Scott, you
capabilities, he
require
can just turn it on at
164.
any moment.
$89. Gary, you require 32. Game shot on his second leg.
Stone
Gary
very
Stone.
comprehensively takes a 2-0 lead. A break of the Taylor throw goes to Stone,
Third
and
leg,
now
it's
he
Gary
has
to throw first.
the throw to go
Game on.
3-0. And thus far, we are not seeing the angry
81.
Gary Stone and disappointed Gary Stone, and he's playing better for it. If he could just keep that out of his head, how good could he be?
85.
We've always lauded how good a player Gary Stone is, and when he is fully focused on a task, he is
100.
a menacing player to play up against.
And he knows it. That's the worst thing, and that's probably his biggest enemy.
139.
I think Gary will admit that the player that beats Gary Stone the most is Gary
96.
Stone.
Yeah, very much so.
93.
Neither player want to finish. Which means that the one of 13 darts
42.
in this game for Gary Stone's going to come to an end, although that could be the case for Taylor if he piles in a big one here.
Not sure what that last start was all about.
132. Scott, you require 52.
So Taylor to break. Double top. Snarls at it.
On a third leg. Scott Taylor.
13, 13, 14, the first 3 legs of this match. Stone with a 2-1 advantage.
Scott to throw first. Game
10-point gap in the averages, but just a 1-leg gap on the scoreboard.
And that's the numbers that matter. The scoreboard.
100.
The winner of this game will move on to 4 points in the group, having won 1 and lost 2 of their opening 3 games.
60.
Scott's first win came last time out against Spee. Well, as for Gary Stone,
57.
his solitary success so far today came against Roose.
$100. 108.
90 number 3 for Stone in this match.
81. Gary, you require 164.
Not to be, but not that it needed to be this time for Gary.
50.
But he hasn't cleaned it up as much as perhaps he would have liked. He's himself at a free darter still. Taylor can pounce.
Feel he needs a couple of trebles, and that's not going to happen. And I think you can see that he knows he felt he needed a couple of trebles.
55.
And that's not one
Gary,
of the ones he wanted either. So it's back
114.
advantage Stone for the break. Definitely advantage Stone for the break. Tops up for a 114.
On
And
the 4th leg.
they
Gary
tend
Stone.
to drop in when you're 2-1. Super stuff from Gary Stone.
5th leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Nice little sip of drink and off he goes again.
$100.
Portsmouth spring water doing magic for Gary Stone in this one.
84.
Portsmouth's a very happy city at the minute, Scott.
140.
Beat Middlesbrough 3-1 on Saturday. Unlucky dozer.
100. 57.
Well, Stone, 204 points away from completing a 4-1 win over Scott Taylor. An excellent performance average, just under the 102.5 mark. 3 from 4 in his doubles. Everything that
58.
was hit against him by Adam Sada, he has hit back to Scott Taylor in this contest.
100. Gary, you require 146.
146 does it go. And so Taylor's had a few pops at this 160 already today.
43.
And a couple of times he's had a dart at tops, but hasn't been able to
106.
find.
Has Stone let Taylor in through the back door here? Not to be. Looking to
44.
pressure something, but he hasn't
Gary,
done
require
it.
103.
46, we'll go 10 or a 6. It's the 6 for tops that he hit so successfully
63.
at the end of the
Scott,
last
you
leg. We're
require
now starting to see the
116.
woes.
He'd be worried if Taylor finds this. Tops.
Game
Taylor
on
hits
the
back
5th leg. Scott
with a
Taylor.
116 checkout. When Stone missed a dart for the match, Taylor's pounced, a wry smile
6th
on the
leg.
face of the
It's
man
Scott
from
to throw
Bolton.
first.
The pair see
Game
the
on.
funny side of it. It's a game being played in tremendous spirit and being played to a tremendous level. Taylor's got the break back. The match returns to throw, and having kicked off a maximum there, this is a contest that could well swing from one end to another very, very quickly.
100.
There's more smiles up there than a Michael McIntyre roadshow.
137.
We're not going to get the big show from Scott Taylor there. But the wheel keeps whirling around here at the Super Series. 13 weeks of action before we then head to Champions Week. April the 26th is the big day you need to mark in your diary.
98.
That is Champions Night for Series 10, shall I say. And it'll all be exclusively live on Pluto TV.
137. Scott, you require 86. Game shot on a 6 flag. Scott Taylor.
Bit of ball management there from Taylor. And at 3-1 and a dart in his hand at double top. Gary Stone thought it was all over. He's got to do all the hard work again. That's a better dart. He's got to get that first dart right.
6.
He's been under the 6 treble 20, and now he's starting to get that feeling that he's had before today, where he's done all the hard work and it just hasn't gone his way. Taylor chips in with a rogue treble 18, but it's handy for him because it's looking like
93.
Stone. He doesn't go troubleless visit. He does the same back. This is going to be tight all the way down now.
95.
Scott Taylor 3 from 3 on his doubles, including that 116 checkout. Gary Stone has
99.
been the better player in this match, but when Scott Taylor's been presented with a chance, he has gobbled it up.
100.
He does love a challenge, doesn't he, Scott Taylor?
And you can tell he's really beginning to feel it now, isn't he?
40.
Just looks more like him as opposed to earlier where it just looked like a flattened version of himself. And he's playing more like himself, leaving tops after 12 for the match.
140. Scott, you require 40. Game shot and the match.
And so Scott Taylor with that 13 darter turns a 3-1 deficit into a 4-3 win in a superb match between that pair. These are numbers from it. Gary Stone will not believe what he's been hit by. Average 97 was 3-1 up. He looked in cruise control, had a dart to win it by 4 legs to 1. But Scott Taylor getting over the line, 4 from 4, 95 average. Bradley Roose takes on Adam Sada next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's worth of action here in Series 10 has been absolutely superb. We see big averages, big checkouts, big moments, and it's that man from the United States, Sada, who has been the best of the bunch so far. But it's Jack Tweddle who is currently top of the table on 8 points when he got the better of Spee 4-2, but Sada can join him there if he can get the better of Bradley Roose, who is the only player who is pointless so far in this Group A. Before the break, we saw a tremendous match between Scott Taylor and Gary Stone. Stone raced into a 3-1 lead in that contest. He was playing swimmingly well, but Scott Taylor rallied off a couple of legs in a row, including 12 and 13 in the last 2 of the match, to seal a 4-3 success. So he moves on to 4, Savada's on 6, Tweddle's on 8, and these two look like they're having a good old chit-chat before the game gets underway. Obviously enjoying each other's company.
Yeah, they are indeed. We're back to more international flavour, aren't we
First
here?
leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Dutchman taking on the
Game
man
up.
from the US of A, and coming to the end of the season of the American football, it'll soon be the Super Bowl.
59.
Bills Chiefs Super Bowl, Scott?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, possibly. Tough one for
60.
the Eagles last night going out. But yeah, I think the Bills have been the team for a couple of years that have been right on the
60.
the cusp of everything. It seems the franchise is only 3 or 4 years in a purple patch, don't they? And then they can disappear for 20 years and not qualify. So
108.
it's all about making hay while the sun's shining. And out comes the sun here at Portsmouth for Sada. Just another 180 to add to his
60.
little tally. That's 12 today for him.
Well, Devin Peterson hit 14 on Thursday, and we thought that was a
83.
strikingly good tally. You've got to remember that Adam Zavada's got the best part of 2 games still to go to improve on that 12.
Yeah, Dev likes a 180, doesn't he?
81.
The ADC Global Champion worked hard to pick up that title.
Yeah, and good to see him in with the legends, because I believe he's one of those legends as well of the game. And
100.
to do the things that Devin's doing from where he's come from, I think we just have to keep sort of tipping our hat to him, because he's overcome more things than 95% of us have ever got across to get to where he is. And yeah, got a lot of time for Dev.
That should be an inviting guy, just to nestle over the top, and that's exactly what he's done. He gets the break, he leads 1-0, and Bradley Roose is looking a very dejected figure at the back of the stage.
85.
Seen some great American players ply their trades here at the Super Series over the past 2.5 years. The likes of Alex Spellman, Danny Lauby. I suppose the most eye-catching name will be Leonard Gates, has played here before.
140.
Larry Butler.
Yes. Danny, the only American to win a week here.
60.
Series 4, Week 1, beat Wesley Harms in the final. Sure, there was plenty cheering Danny on in that particular contest, as there usually is when he's down here at the Live Lounge. It won't be for another year at least. He's still on the PDC Pro Tour.
59.
Now, if Adam Zavada doesn't win this
85.
group, the weekly 180 record could be under severe threat. 65 by Luke Littler.
Yeah, whatever happened to him?
Find out after. There's a documentary on him.
Teed you up beautifully there.
Oh, now
40.
it's one of them is it in moments.
Adam, you require 140.
But it wasn't in.
$120.
Well, after the first start, you have to say that's a marvellous recovery from Adam Savada.
$58. Adam, you require 20.
For 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Adam Savada.
Clinical from Adam.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
He is uber reliable.
Ruthless from the Reaper.
140.
A defeat to the Reaper may mean that Roose is a dead man walking in terms of winning this Group A. He'd be 8 points behind a couple of players, and realistically, he'd probably be looking towards third place already.
100. $40. $93. $41. $92. $100.
Nice find with the last there from Roose. Just keeps him handy. Savada's nearly turned the throw here. And another one of his trademark 180s would leave him double
118
and right on cue. Nipping along with a 102 average at a minute.
94.
Double 18 incoming.
Adam, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg. Adam Savada.
Take a look at that.
It's
3
Adam
for
to the
3 on the
reverse.
doubles for
Game on.
Adam Savada. It's a excellent performance so far. His average again is in excess of 102, and he's a leg away now from picking up the win, and he's just playing with sheer efficiency, even at Pro Tour level, if you're putting in legs like that and you add in the legs he had in his previous match of 11, 14, 13, 13,
99.
you're going to win more than you're going to lose.
$140.
Here we go again with the averages. There he is, 104.58. It makes you very difficult to beat because you're getting there first. Buying yourself time on the double.
$45.
Oh, he is normal, Henry. He's normal. He's at a 45. Put that in the book.
He's not AI. He's not artificial intelligence.
92.
Sada will feel like he's got 6 from here.
$40. Bradley, you require 170. $93. $85. Bradley requires 77.
Well, Sada down on a 2 data, but as to is Bradley for 14 data.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Credit to Bradley
Roose.
Roose because Adam Savada has been hitting him and hitting him hard. But just when there was a chink in the armory of the American Ace, Bradley's pulled in a 14 data just to ask him pose a couple of questions. As well as Adam's played today, and it's hardly likely he will go 4 from 4. It hasn't exactly been perfect. There has been just small openings that players have been afforded against him.
180. $140. $60.
It's a chance for Roose to come back at Savada. He's gone the right way.
98. $85.
Well, Adam's just come off the pace a little bit, and Bradley's just being given 1 or 2 openings, but he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to make more of that. Only needs 146, and if Savada could pile in a couple of chubs, which is awkward after dart 1. That's an excellent second. 1 more of them, he's on a double. Bradley can't believe he found a route
Bradley
through.
require 146.
But all the same he has, and so Roose goes down to the 19s. Try and sort the 146 out. 146 out on that route. Didn't quite work for him. So Savada is 76 for the game.
Well, it looks like said computer's on annual leave at this present moment in time. Bradley just trudging down the stairs. But sometimes, actually, as a player, just getting yourself into a different zone, he's just allowed Adam to come back, do his thing. But now,
Adam, you require
Savada
76.
will come back for 76 to complete a 4-1 win 14 darter to ceiling. What a performance again from Adam Zavada. He just keeps punching in performance after performance of a very high standard. His latest win, a 4-1 success against Bradley Roose, averaging just under a ton. 4 from 4 in his doubles. Over his last couple of games, he has missed just one at the outer ring. A superb performance, a superb display. Zavada 4, Roose 1. Next up, Gary Stone against Arnie Spee kicks off the final round of matches. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Here we go into the final round of matches on this Monday here at the Super Series. Before the break, Adam Zavada got the better of Bradley Roose by 4 legs to 1, which means that he's 4 from 4 as far as the table is concerned. Him and Jack Tweddle, the two dominant forces at the top. And they will meet in game 14 to see who is going to complete the card. It's been a blockbuster Monday. It's been some way, really, hasn't it, to start a brand new Super Series campaign, Series 10, beginning today. And the first game of the final round sees Gary Stone and Arne Spee go toe-to-toe. Now, both are on 2 points. Arne obviously enjoying his experience here at the Live Lounge in Ports. I think that's quite fair to see. But Gary Stone must be thinking, how has he only got 2 points so far today? How has he only been able to muster 1 win? Because some of the numbers he has punched in, a 97, a 92, and they've both come in losing efforts 4-3. He must be scratching his head and thinking, Mario Balotelli style, why always me?
Yeah, I think so, because looking at the stats, he's running a 91.12 for the day, 9 180s. He's running the second highest average of the day, only topped by Sada. And Savada sat there pretty with 4 wins out of 4, and
60.
Dear old Gary has only picked up a couple of points.
Well, Gary Stone's playing darts, so on most other days, in most other groups, you'll probably see him 4 wins from 4 and dominating proceedings, let alone having lost 3 games in the day. He's lost. The irony is, right, he's won with his lowest average of the day. He averaged 90 and lots of Tweddle. He averaged 92 and lots of Savada, averaged 97 lots of Scott Taylor. His lowest average was 84.31, missed 11 darts and a double, but it was still good enough to beat Bradley Roose 4-1.
59.
Oh, no, there's been sparks.
140.
There's been signs of some decent stuff. But he'll probably feel like a lamb to the slaughter when you consider the group he's in and some of the numbers and some of the big hits that players have put up against him.
54. Gary requires 65.
It's double top.
25.
But it's not quite to be for Gary Stone.
153. $53. Gary require 40.
Another crack.
Game shot on the first leg. Gary Stone.
Hits it with his second dart.
Second leg. It's Arna to throw first. Game on. $58. $140.
You probably feel that Gary plays anywhere
50,
near how he has done today. He should have too much of Arna, but there's probably a little bit of him whirling at the back of the mind that's thinking, whatever I do, somebody else is just seemingly playing their A game against me. And he's probably got reason to suggest that as well.
Yeah, he has, but I think he makes himself quite easy to play when he's chastised himself, and it gives your opponent a little bit of something and thinks they're still in the game. So you can kind of see where that comes from.
38. $100. $81.
Be disappointed with the last. Should be on a finish there.
$100. $96. Arnie, you require 86.
So I need to level it up. Treble 18, double 16.
Game shot on the second leg on a Spee.
To be fair, he gave himself plenty of room with the first one, didn't he? Didn't block it or anything silly.
Gary to throw first. Game on. $80. $97.
That's where Stone has the problem. When he blocks with that first one, he can get one round the side, but because he stands sort of slightly to the right, just off centre,
60.
that means it's a little bit. That's the perfect dart for him for a 180. He fills them from left to right.
100.
No room
85.
for tiredness at the end of the session.
Yeah, you got to kick on here.
140.
Stone leads 81 after 12. Looking to lead, no stone unturned. Spee just looking to find a triple to leave himself on a finish, is unable to do so. So Gary here
81.
has got all the time he wants to pick this apart.
41.
And tops will be the target upon his return.
$140. Gary require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Gary Stone.
Yep, nicely done from Stone.
Fourth leg. It's Arna to throw first. Game on. $100. $140. $140.
Yeah, nice response from Arnie.
40. $42. $60. $41.
Well, Arno isn't really making inroads, is he? On his throwing. There's a chance here for Gary. He's unable to find a trouble there, but it's a real opportunity for him to really take a stronghold of proceedings here.
Yeah, and if he could get a win here, he'll be
43.
better. Feel better about tomorrow and leaving the building with a win under his belt.
$100. Arnie, you require 135. $85. Gary, you require 106.
106 a stone. Triple 18. Decided to stay there because the Lion Dark one was so inviting.
50.
But unable to find it.
Arnie, you require
Spee will
50.
come back for 2-2 if he can pin double top.
10.
But he's unable to get,
Gary,
much
you
to his
require
frustration.
56.
And Stone back for the break. Back to really take charge of this match. Double 10. Puts
Gets
the Scott
on the
3-1
fourth
in
leg.
front, and
Gary
now with the
Stone.
darts to win it.
Yeah, held his nerve well there.
Fifth leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on. $100. $59. $100. $140.
Well, that's Anna's fourth score of 2 trebles in this game. Hasn't found anything with freeing, but it's been enough just to keep himself
100.
teetering along in this contest. But the problem is, it may well be a case of the game is up because Gary Stone on throw has
43.
hit 3 consecutive tons and has 6 darts from this point to at least end his day with a couple of wins in hand.
105.
And because he's gone down 25 and hit the 25, he's going to be back for a 2-darter.
$59. Gary required 96.
Time in his hands. Double, double. Oh,
Get
delightful.
shot. And the
What a
match,
way to end the
Gary
day for
Stone.
Gary Stone. A 4-1 win against Spee, his second success of the day. And for Gary, he'll feel like that was a win he deserved. Ironically, his worst 2 performances yielded the 2 wins. There was some excellent stuff which was in vain for him today. But Stone prevails 4-1. Sada Tweddle is our next match. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the top 2 in the group go toe-to-toe in their final game of the day. And the winner of the match between Jack Tweddle and Adam Sada will be top of the table. They would have completed the card After the first day's play, they have been the two dominant forces in this group, and they go toe-to-toe in game 14 of our session to see who is going to claim the ultimate bragging rights on the first day of Modus Super Series 10. Well, Adam Savada has played some of the best darts we've seen in this building, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about it. A running average of the day of 98 and change. That is how well he's played. Jack Tweddle has worked around the mantra of consistency paying dividends. He came out the tracks flying. It's just stalled a little bit, but has still been able to pick up results. The winner of this 14th game of the session will be top of the table with 10 points to their name. And because this will be the first game tomorrow, will be in a fantastic position come around about 10 o'clock tomorrow to really stamp their authority on proceedings. It's been a power-packed day here in Portsmouth, and Scott Mitchell has been marvelling over every single darter alongside me here in the commentary box. So what a game, what a prospect this could be, Scotty Dog.
Yeah, early doors we could see that this was probably going to be the game of the day. As the guys started
85.
going through the motions, they both know it now as well because they will have been tracking each other.
96.
Stats on the day saying that Adam Savada with his 98.20 average and Jack Tweddle was running an 89.60, but that's on paper. We don't play darts on paper. We play darts on the dartboard, and all that gets cast aside when it comes to the throwing side of it, because it's man against man, head to head. In 15 minutes time we'll probably know which one tops the table.
You had an amazing stat, didn't you, about today's action so far you were telling me about in the advert break.
Are you trying to throw me under the bus? No, I just noticed that we hadn't had a game today that didn't have a 180. Wouldn't it be ironic if this was the first one?
Between the two best power scores of the day?
Correct, absolutely. Yeah, just having a little flip through my notes.
60.
Not often we have days like that.
Very seldom does that type of thing happen.
100. Adam, you require 116.
116 for Savada to draw first blood. That's a nice guide. Nestles it on top. And now it's tops.
Game
superb,
first leg.
scintillating brilliance from Adam Savada. The 116 is his latest ton plus out.
Second
and he
leg,
leads by a leg to nil against Jack Tweddle.
Game on.
It seems that Jack wasn't twiddling his thumbs at the beginning of that leg. Maybe a little bit too eager to the hockey.
$108.
Here's the 180 I was looking for. 14 games without a 180 today.
Come on then, Adam. Give us more. I'll be quiet.
100.
Is that a promise?
$57.
Depends how much you're paying me. I can hear everyone around the building having a whip round now.
You must have vocal cords like a Formula One driver's neck, you must have.
85.
Trust me, they're being tested today.
Strong, strong and strong.
100. Adam, you require 136.
Savada's at it again here, averaging 108 at the midway point of this second leg. And the way he's playing, it may well be the midway point of the match.
$42. 98. Adam, you require 94.
Well, for 2-0 and for a vice-like grip of this game. Went double-double, but it was a fairly
54.
safe attempt at it.
Jack, you require 88.
Yeah, nearly too safe, wasn't it?
63.
All of those were close,
Adam,
weren't
you
they?
require 40.
Just a bit unfortunate for Tweddle there.
Game shot on the second leg.
Once
Adam
again,
Savada.
If you're scoring like Sada scores and your double stats are like, it just makes himself
Third
very
leg, it's
difficult
Adam
to
throw
beat.
first. Game on.
Well, over the course of the last 10 legs that he's won, or the last 10 legs he's played, he has missed just one dart at a double. 4 from 5 against Stone, 4 from 4 against Roose, 2 from 2 here.
I do like the pink on his shirt as well. I mean, who would have ever thought of having pink and black on his shirt?
Yeah, but this one throws with a bit more pace than the other person.
108.
Ho, ho, ho. Love it.
And seemingly a little bit more accurately as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
93.
I don't think I've ever thrown darts like this.
Averaging 107 and on the cusp of a 3-0 lead.
97.
Just doesn't seem to get troubled, does he? Just looks so relaxed with it all. Like he's in full control of the game and the game is not controlling him.
133.
That's a good visit
Adam,
from
you require
Tweddle.
84.
But the problem is it feels like everything that he does is seemingly insurmountable. Bullseye.
59.
He's missed one.
Jack, you require 135.
Jack should start on the bullseye. Is he going to go up? No. He's going to have to move around the side. There is space.
110.
Oh, he was unlucky there.
Adam, you require 25.
Right line, wrong trajectory.
Well, to tell you how much Adam Savada is dominating this game, Jack Tweddle's had 2 darts to win a leg, and they've both been at the bullseye. But if he doesn't find the double 4 here, which he does last time in hand, he would have had a couple at the outer ring, but that's rendered irrelevant. Savada free up.
4th flag. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Great first dart.
100.
That 11-4 in odds for him to win Group A at the beginning of the day now looks stupidly
100.
big.
No, I have to agree. We thought he was the value at the start of the day. And he's come here and he's done everything
100
to show us that that was the value. He hasn't got nervous on his first time here. He's taken it all in his stride.
140.
Well, for the first time in this game, Tweddle's got control of a leg.
140.
Or maybe not anymore.
Jack, you require 161. 121. Adam, you require 161.
Nicely found by Jack. And what I'm enjoying here is that the fact he's 3-0 down and he's still, you know, giving him everything. He hasn't folded away and gone 45, 45, 60.
92.
He's gone there and thrown the kitchen
Jack, you
sink at him. And
require
now,
40.
is he going to get his reward?
$20.
Wasn't
Adam,
to
you
be this
require
time,
69.
so Savada comes back.
Well, this has been some way to announce your arrival on the Super Series stage. Double top.
29.
He's had a dart
Jack, you
to complete the
require
card.
20.
Tweddle gets one more reprieve.
Yeah, back comes Jack.
Game
And
shot
takes
of
the
full
double
flag,
10.
Jack Tweddle.
That was just for a holder throw. 16 darts.
Fifth flag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Could have been a 13 darter. He won't mind none the same. He's still in the match. Unfortunately for him,
108.
Sada does like having the throw, and that's 180 number 3 for him in this one.
95.
That's 17 for the day.
140.
Well, it's quite simply spellbinding, isn't it?
Yep, wouldn't mind having that on my CV.
Spellbinding darts. And all he has to do is wave his wand one more time.
130.
To complete the spell on the rest of the field. And it looks like it's game up for Jack Tweddle. He's going to fight to the last, try and apply pressure. He's not going to finish.
135.
Well, this would be some way to finish it with a 4-visit leg. Double 16. 2 8s. Adam Savada is in a darting Nevada. He is some player, some force to be reckoned with. What a debut. What an impact. 5 games, 5 wins, and he hardly broke sweat. Posting big numbers, game on game, hitting big scores, visit upon visit. He was not the favourite at the beginning of the week, but he's going to be the favourite now, and he's going to take some stopping. He's beaten Jack Tweddle by 4 legs to 1. Scott Taylor and Bradley Roose completes the day's play next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Adam Sada completed a perfect day with a 4-1 win against Jack Tweddle. 5 wins from 5, finishing off with an average of 101.3. It was a superb performance for the man from Arizona. Next up for us, it is Scott Taylor and Bradley Roose. This completes Monday's play at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Bradley, he is pointless so far. He's looking to evade a duck, the man who has a stalk usually on the back of his shirt.
First leg, it's
up
Scott
against
to
Scott
throw
Taylor.
first.
Who,
Game on.
if he wins this game, will move on to 6 points, just a couple behind Jack Tweddle. And actually, if he wins these games back to back, would be level with Jack.
108.
And that is some way to start. Bradley telling Scott exactly what he thought about that, Max.
And so we end the day with my little stat that we've had a 180 in every single match today.
Don't you love it when a good plan comes together, Scott?
I love it when a good plan comes together.
85. $60.
That first start is just hitting with a bit more regularity now for
99.
Scott Taylor. It's fair to say that his power scoring deserted him in the first half of the session, but it feels like as we move towards the close, he's just beginning to rediscover that Modus
43.
touch.
Well, he had a good comeback, didn't he, against Gary Stone in his last match from 3-1 down to get
Scott, you require
back in
137.
a 4-3 win and a 95 average. And Gary Stone had averaged 97 in that game. So when you start doing that, it does start to give you a lift.
$51. Scott, you require
Tops after
40.
12 for Taylor for the opening leg. And it's now double 10.
30.
Opportunities go a begging, but he has got time.
$96. Scott, you require 10. Game shot on the first
Double
leg.
5
Scott
was
Taylor.
a double that won Scott Taylor this title, and it's the double that puts him one up in this contest. I think these two have enjoyed each other's company today.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Although I do reckon one took longer brushing their hair than the other.
59.
I'm still on the two people enjoying each other's company bit.
140.
Get out of that sewer.
$84. $140.
Yeah, Scott Taylor really starting to go to town now, isn't he?
Well, Taylor here is averaging 106.5.
41. $57.
He's on 164. And Bradley really not making any inroads here. Looks like he's hit a proverbial wall.
164. 43. 41. Scott, you require 121.
Went with it a bit, that last one. Dragged it into the one. So Taylor has 6 from here. Looks like you might need them.
27. 67. Scott, you require 94. Game shot on the second leg, Scott Taylor.
So Scott Taylor goes 2-0. Now he has the darts.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $108. 57.
Well, Taylor is second max of the contest.
And he's only had 3 all day. And
60.
And that's usually the metric we judge Scott by, isn't it? What he does in terms of his scoring prowess. It buys him time, buys him opportunity.
41. 81. 58. 41.
Taylor.
42.
6 and 139 to open up a 3-0 lead in this match.
$59. 59. Scott, you require 80.
Okay, 25 ball, no, 17.
56.
Thought you might have seen a little showman shot there from Scott Taylor. He does like to do 1 or 2 of those on his visits.
60. Scott, you require 20.
But he hasn't had to show any of that showbiz class. He's just been able to coast towards a 3-0 lead in this contest, averaging mid-80s. That's slightly below par for somebody as good as Scott.
Game on. $99.
I have to say, Bradley just looks like he wants off. And for the day to end.
42. 58.
Well, this game hasn't quite lived up to the heights, but most of the matches today have been really, really good. It's been some way to kick off a brand new series here at the Modus Super Series, and we've got 13 weeks of this, folks. Eight sessions a week, every single week, exclusively live here on Pluto TV.
26. 43. 81.
For Bradley, a comeback's got to start somewhere, but
140.
Taylor just puts ajar the door that was open for him on throw.
$59. 60.
Well, we saw in the VT at the beginning of the programme, Scott Taylor take out a 1-3-2 finish in a previous visit here. Is he going to end today with a similar dose of champagne?
58. Scott, you require 132.
So I'm going to get a crack at the ball.
69. Bradley, you require 120.
Bradley looking at 120 to save this contest. Bull, because the treble bed was blocked.
24. Scott, you require 63.
This to see it through. 45 left after 18 Pete scored. It's double top.
23.
It's a match start missed.
Bradley, you require 96. $60.
The 96 doesn't go for Bradley,
40.
and so Taylor tops, and now double 10.
20.
Well, he's had his chances to
Bradley, you require
win this match.
36.
Bradley, double 18. He's missed 2 to bring it back to 3-1.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Bradley Roose. Fifth flag. It's
Right
Scott to
smile
throw
from
first.
Taylor there.
Game on.
Can't believe he gave that leg away, but he did. And on we go.
93. $39. 140. $81. 121. $45. Scott, you require 147. $107.
One bounces out, and what a leave from Scott Taylor.
$96. Scott, you require
Roose looks
40.
to finish his day off with a 96 score. But it's now Taylor chasing around the board.
35.
And he's left himself 5.
$100. Scott, you require 5.
1-2 it is then for Taylor.
Game shot.
And double
and
2
the
is it
match,
by Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
He takes a 4-1 win, and it's 15 games right through now. I'm going to show you a little clip of how it's all ended. Here's your table. Adam Savada sat on the top, 5 from 5. What a day for him. Jack Tweddle, 4 from 5. He's had a good day too. Taylor's salvaged himself. But we're going to head over to the studio now, where Henry's got Adam Savada with him, and they'll be absolutely delighted to have a chat with this man, because he's had the day of his life so far.
Indeed he has. What a day Adam Tavada has had here at the Super Series, winning all 5 of his games to top the group going into Tuesday's action. Adam, many congratulations. 5 wins from 5. Could you imagine you were going to play that well as the day began?
Actually, no, I didn't, because I haven't played darts since Thursday.
You're not playing anything since Thursday. I'm just gonna sort the mic out. There you go.
Oh, we're good? We're good?
First day of the series.
You hear me?
Great start to the campaign. Yeah. We've seen you play some really good stuff on the CDC circuit. In terms of how you played, is that your A game, or do you reckon you still got levels to go?
I think I played pretty good today. I mean, I would like to say it wasn't my A game, but I mean, it probably was. But it wasn't bad. I can't complain.
98.72 was your overall accumulative average over the 5 games today. That's one of the highest we've ever had here over the course of a day. That includes the likes of Luke Littler that played in this building. I mean, you've made an instant mark on this competition.
Yeah, well, it wasn't bad. I was feeling good from the get-go once I stepped a foot in here and started practicing. And then once I got on the board, I mean, they were landing great. Can't complain. I
mean, the maximum hitting was absolutely tremendous. Your first game, you had 5 of them.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a difficulty on the doubling, but once you got that right, everything about your game just seemingly clicked together.
Yeah, my doubling to the first match against Scott was a little rough. This is actually my first time playing with my new set of barrels from Red Dragon. I've been practicing at home, but this is my first time actually using them in competition.
Can I give you a word of advice?
Yeah.
Keep them.
Yeah, no, the guys in the practice room were playing them. They liked them too. But yeah, no, I wasn't too sure how it was going to go. But I mean, it's going well, right?
Most certainly has done. Let's talk about the 110, the real big one that you put in today against Gary Stowe. And the other thing as well was you had to really work for that win, because Gary, with everything that you were doing, he kept throwing back at you and keep throwing stuff back at you. Yeah,
we were watching Gary there in the room, and he started off a little slow, and then once we played, he picked it up quite a bit, and next thing we're 3-3, and it was a good match. Yeah. Down on that screen there are all of the numbers from that game. 110.3 for the average, 4 180s, 4 from 5 on the doubles. That's near enough perfect, isn't it? Yeah, I could say so, right? Yeah, it wasn't bad. I didn't even know it was a 110. I didn't feel like it, but I mean, it was going good. And to be fair, I felt like I didn't even throw that well compared to the other matches, but I guess I did. Was that how in the zone you were today? That something like that, which was a tremendous average, one of the best that we've seen here, was something that just felt so routine? It did. It did today. It felt like I felt like I couldn't miss. Obviously, I did, but everything was just going great. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I hope to carry that on for the rest of the week. Absolutely, and I suppose the plan now will be just to carry on in this vein of form. Do you expect to keep playing at this level? Do you expect a little bit of a drop-off, or do you think you can keep this high level for the rest of the week? I mean, I'm human, so I probably will have a little drop-off, but I don't want that. But, you know, it is what it is. If it happens, it happens, and, you know, I have to fight through it. Let's get to know you a little bit better. Obviously, you played at Madison Square Gardens last year, won a few events on the CDC Pro Tour circuit. There's a lot of people from the United States that know that are tuning in, but a lot of our viewers are based here in the United Kingdom. For those that may not have seen too much about you or too much of you before, just tell us a little bit about your backstory in the sport. Been playing since I was 17 years old, and just, you know, matches here and there, tournaments here and there, and then where I'm from is a very small town. It's not a lot of darts. There really is no darts. I don't play leagues. I don't play anything. I just play at home. I have a board at home, and that's all I do. And I travel. For me, it's hard. I have to travel like a couple hours to the airport just to get to where I'm going. But it's very hard for me. And other than that, I work at a funeral home, and that's it. I was going to say, because that's where the whole nickname comes along, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So how long have you been playing all together, particularly like at a high level? A high level, probably about, high level. Or what you think is a high level anyway? Probably a high level, probably about 5 years. But I've been playing for like 20, that sounds so old. 22 years. Yeah, I've been playing darts for 22 years.
So what inspired you then to make that jump and think, actually, do you know what, I'm going to give this a go?
A lot of guys from the Phoenix area, kind of from where I'm from, like Dave Fathom. I don't know if you guys heard of him.
Yeah.
Dave Fathom, he was doing the CDC and asked me to make was always asking me why I wasn't playing CDC. And so I decided to give it a go back in 2021, and my first chance, I won the CDC. So.
You won the CDC in 2021. Then it was a couple of years till you won another time. But then last year it felt like you took your game to another level.
Yeah, I did. I don't know what happened, but it just went there. I'm not complaining.
So do you just feel like everything's just kind of like clicked together the last 12 months or so?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier about the experience of Madison Square Garden. How much actually, the fact that you played on that stage, I know it's a little bit different because there's nobody in the crowd, but the fact that you played a match like that in front of the cameras, how much could that prepare you for playing in something like this?
Huge. Just the one match, I mean, gave me a lot of experience for the next day on Saturday in the North American Championship. And coming here, I mean, I just really relaxed. You know, it was a good experience.
So 2024 was very good to you. What does 2025, in your opinion, entail for Adam Savada?
Hopefully I could carry on where I left off, you know, and we'll see where it goes. So hopefully I'm back at Madison Square Garden and more. I mean, I have the PDC World Masters next week in Milton Keynes, and we'll see how that goes.
How much are you looking forward to that? Are you just going to take that one game at a time?
Yep, that's all you can do for every match. Every dart game, you play one game at a time.
Well, Adam, it's been great seeing you play. You played some excellent stuff today. It's been nice meeting you as well.
Yeah,
It's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to have a look at everything else that's happened today. These are the results from all of the matches that we have seen today. Quite a comprehensive day, if the truth be told. A lot of games going 4-1 and 4-0, and it was dominated by both Adam Savada and Jack Tweddle. They are the top two in the group. Adam Savada, 10 points to his name, plus 10 in terms of the legs difference column as well. Jack Tweddle just behind, 8 points and plus 8. Scott Taylor is the player that's applied the most pressure, whilst Gary Stone will feel unlucky to only be on 4. Arnie Spee with a solitary win, and Bradley Roose at the bottom of the table, and he is without a win on the opening day. Right, that is just about it from us here at the Live Lounge in Port. So plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Later on today, another chance to watch the Luke Littler documentary 1 year on from his heroics at the Alexandra Palace. Coming up next, from one player that's done great things to another young player that's done great things. Bo Cree's won a couple of challenge tours at the weekend, and you can hear more about her in a few minutes' time in the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. We're back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. here on Pluto TV to see the second day's worth of action from Group A at Modus Super Series 10. But as far as day one is concerned, well, it was all about Adam Savada. He came from Arizona and he's completed the card. He's done it in all.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready.